Before this night is finished, something within you can change. Not because you have forced it to change, not because you have struggled hard enough, not because you have finally learned how to control every circumstance. Something can change because you are beginning to understand a spiritual law that has been operating all along. The old fear does not have to remain your companion. The old language of defeat does not have to keep repeating itself. The old mental record of disappointment, scarcity, delay, rejection, sickness, loneliness, and struggle does not have to play forever. A new record can begin, and it begins with the word you accept, the word you repeat, and the word you permit to become established within your consciousness. Tonight, do not listen casually. Listen as though you were planting seeds into a garden that will become your tomorrow. Listen with the understanding that the subconscious mind is always receiving impressions. It receives what you repeatedly tell it. It receives the pictures you dwell upon. It receives the emotional atmosphere surrounding your words. It receives fear when fear is rehearsed, and it receives faith when faith is spoken until faith becomes natural. This is why the spoken word matters so deeply. You may have tried to change your life through greater effort. You may have pushed, planned, worried, calculated, stayed awake at night, searched for answers, repeated affirmations for a few days, and then wondered why circumstances appeared unmoved. But spiritual law does not ask you to exhaust yourself. There is a difference between inspired action and desperate striving. There is a difference between moving because you are guided and moving because you are terrified. Nothing will happen unless you force it. One comes from faith, the other comes from fear. And tonight, we are leaving fear behind. Life was never meant to be one endless battle against circumstances. Life has principles. There is giving and receiving. There is sowing and reaping. There is expectation and fulfillment. There is the inner word and the outer expression. And once you begin to understand the rules, you stop fighting shadows and begin working with law. So remember this: your words are creative. Every sentence repeated with feeling becomes a seed. Every habitual complaint plants something. Every declaration of possibility plants something. Every careless statement such as, "Nothing ever works for me," sends an impression into the mind. Every repeated statement such as, "There is always a right way for me," also sends an impression. The subconscious does not sit down and debate your vocabulary. It does not say, "She was only joking." It does not say, "He was tired when he said that." It receives repetition. It receives imagery. It receives emotional conviction. Then, in time, it tends to reproduce what has been impressed upon it. This is why your daily language deserves your attention. Listen to the sentences you have spoken for years. "I can never get ahead." "Money disappears as soon as I receive it." "Something always goes wrong." "I have terrible luck." "I never meet the right people." "I am always tired." "No one understands me." "My opportunities are gone." Perhaps you have spoken these things so often that they no longer sound negative to you. They sound factual. They sound familiar. They sound like personality. But familiarity does not make a false record true. It simply means the groove has been played many times. Imagine an old phonograph record. The needle falls naturally into the deepest groove. If fear has been repeated for years, the mind tends to return to fear automatically. If scarcity has been rehearsed every morning and every night, scarcity becomes the familiar song. This is why a person can desire prosperity consciously, while unconsciously repeating poverty all day long. They pray for increase and then say, "I'll never be able to afford that." They ask for an opportunity and then tell 5 people, "Nothing good ever happens for me." They speak an affirmation in the morning, yet spend the afternoon predicting disaster. Then they conclude that spiritual law does not work, but the law has been working perfectly. The old record has simply been louder. That is why a new word must be given persistence, not anxious repetition, not frantic chanting, faithful repetition. There is a difference. You do not speak truth because you are trying to convince a reluctant universe. You speak truth because you are teaching your own consciousness what it will now accept. Consider how easily careless words become pictures. A child repeatedly plays at sorrow, loss, or limitation, and the imagination gives the picture life. An adult constantly jokes about being broke, unwanted, forgotten, unlucky, or sick, believing humor makes the words harmless. Yet the subconscious responds more readily to vivid repetition than to intellectual disclaimers. It receives the image. That is the lesson. What have you been rehearsing? What drama have you performed mentally before it ever arrived in your affairs? What story do you tell repeatedly about yourself? Perhaps you say, "That is simply how my life is." No, that may be how your old record has been playing, but the record can be changed. There was once a woman reduced to only a few dollars, unable to see any visible path forward. To ordinary reasoning, the small amount represented insufficiency. But a spiritual perspective asked a different question. What if, instead of cursing what remained, she blessed it? What if she stopped saying, "This is all I have," and began recognizing that visible money was merely one channel of a supply larger than the amount in her hand? She blessed what she had. She stopped treating the small amount as evidence of abandonment. She listened for inner guidance. And when an unexpected intuitive direction came, she followed it. That step eventually led to provision far beyond what reasoning had predicted. The important point is not the amount. The important point is consciousness. A frightened mind sees the last $8 and says, "This is the end." Faith sees the same $8 and says, "This is a seed, not an ending." One courses, the other blesses. One contracts, the other opens. So stop rehearsing the biography of your defeats. You do not need to deny that difficult things happened. You simply refuse to continue using yesterday as a prophecy for tomorrow. Say now, "I release every false record I have impressed upon my subconscious mind. Every pattern of fear, lack, defeat, rejection, and limitation now loses its authority over me. I establish new records of health, prosperity, love, wisdom, peace, and perfect self-expression." Pause. Do not hurry past those words. Let them settle. There is tremendous freedom in deciding that an old mental pattern is no longer sacred simply because it is old. You may have inherited beliefs from parents. You may have absorbed them from teachers, friends, culture, painful relationships, financial disappointments, or years of survival. But inherited thought is not divine law. Habit is not destiny. A repeated fear is not prophecy. You are permitted to choose another record. And perhaps you have already tried affirmations. Perhaps you have said something beautiful 3 times and then looked around impatiently for proof. When nothing changed by afternoon, you returned to the old story. But a groove established for 20 years may not disappear because you contradicted it for 20 seconds. Remain faithful to the new word, not because you are forcing a result, but because you are becoming consistent with a higher truth. The old record says, "There is not enough." The new record says, "Divine supply is greater than any appearance before me." The old record says, "I am alone." The new record says, "Divine love surrounds me, guides me, and brings right companionship into my experience." The old record says, "I never know what to do." The new record says, "Divine intelligence directs me clearly, calmly, and perfectly." The old record says, "I always fail." The new record says, "Right action now brings right results in my life." The old record says, "I am afraid." The new record says, "I am held in divine order. I choose faith over fear." Your task is not to fight the old record every minute. Your task is to stop feeding it. A dark room does not require you to wrestle with darkness. Turn on the light. So when an old sentence rises, do not dramatize it. Do not become frightened that you ruined the manifestation. Simply correct the word, gently, immediately, firmly. If you catch yourself saying, "There is no way," answer, "The divine mind contains ways I have not yet seen." If you say, "I am running out," answer, "My true supply is not limited to what I presently see." If you hear yourself saying, "It is too late," answer. Divine timing is perfect, and my right opportunity cannot pass me by. This is how a new record becomes stronger than the old one. One faithful correction at a time. And now speak this new song. I now choose the record of health, wealth, love, peace, wisdom, and perfect self-expression. I hear the sound of faith more clearly than the voice of fear. My words are filled with power and peace. Divine order now governs my mind, my affairs, and my path. The new record has begun, and once the old record is broken, we must decide what we will inscribe in its place. Let us begin with prosperity, divine supply, and the faith that prepares before it sees. Prosperity is not merely money. Prosperity is a state of unhindered good. It is right supply at the right time. It is guidance when guidance is needed. It is a home when a home is needed. It is an idea when an idea is needed. It is strength, health, opportunity, companionship, wisdom, creativity, and financial provision appearing through right channels. The great mistake is to confuse the channel with the source. A salary is a channel. A business is a channel. A client is a channel. An investment is a channel. A person who assists you is a channel. But no channel is the source. When you make a channel your source, fear begins the moment that channel changes. A job ends, and you panic. A client leaves, and you imagine disaster. A sale falls through, and you decide your prosperity has disappeared. A person who once helped you becomes unavailable, and you conclude you are unsupported. But divine supply is larger than one doorway. A river does not cease to exist because one pipe is closed. So establish this within yourself. God is my unfailing source. Every right channel of supply is directed to me in divine order. If one channel closes, you do not need to collapse. You can say, "Thank you. That channel has completed its purpose. Another right channel now appears." This changes everything. Fear looks at the closed door. Faith remembers there is an entire building. Fear says, "That was my only chance." Faith says, "My good is not imprisoned inside one circumstance." There was a woman facing a financial demand of several $1,000s. The date was approaching. She saw no logical source for the required money. Naturally, the reasoning mind wanted to panic, but the spiritual principle was simple. Every legitimate demand has a corresponding supply. The declaration was made that the exact provision would arrive in the right way and at the right time. Then the appointed day came. Still no visible money. This is the moment where many people abandon faith. They can believe when the answer appears 3 days early. Can they remain poised when the clock seems to challenge them? Instead of collapsing into fear, the woman was encouraged to behave from the consciousness of supply rather than the consciousness of catastrophe. Not to behave recklessly, not to create unnecessary debt, but to refuse the inner posture of a beggar. She went about her day. Then an unexpected family connection appeared. A conversation occurred. The need became known. The exact sum was offered. And what had looked impossible through one channel arrived through another. This is why you must never dictate to infinite intelligence exactly how your good must come. You can be clear about the good. Be flexible about the channel. Human reasoning sees perhaps 3 possibilities. Divine intelligence may see 3,000. You do not need to manipulate people. You do not need to pressure anyone. You do not need to decide which person must rescue you. Speak the word. Listen. Then take the right action you are shown. This brings us to one of the most important laws of faith. Faith prepares. In the ancient story, the people were instructed to dig ditches before rain appeared. They did not wait for water and then dig. They prepared the container. This is a magnificent picture of spiritual action. Faith does not sit motionless while claiming to believe. Faith makes room. If you expect a guest, you prepare a chair. If you expect a journey, you prepare a suitcase. If you expect new work, you prepare your skills and your schedule. If you expect a new home, you begin thinking as one who is ready to care for that home. If you expect prosperity, you bring order to what you already possess. This is not superstition. It is alignment. There was a woman searching for an apartment during a time when housing seemed almost impossible to obtain. Everyone around her repeated the evidence. There are no apartments. You will have to put everything in storage. You should prepare for disappointment. But she refused to borrow their fear. She declared that the right apartment existed and would be revealed. Then came a small test. She needed household items, yet the reasoning mind said, "Do not buy them. What if you never find the apartment?" But faith answered, "I am preparing for what I have asked to receive." So she purchased what was needed. She dug her ditches, and despite enormous competition, the right apartment became hers. Notice carefully what happened. The action did not force the apartment into existence. The action expressed her acceptance. Faith said, "I believe enough to prepare." Ask yourself, where do you need to dig a ditch? Perhaps your ditch is completing an application. Perhaps it is making a phone call. Perhaps it is organizing a room. Perhaps it is creating the portfolio you keep postponing. Perhaps it is opening a savings account. Perhaps it is clearing your desk for the work you say you desire. Perhaps it is purchasing one simple item for the project you believe is coming. Perhaps it is merely preparing yourself emotionally to receive without guilt. Right preparation tells the subconscious, "I expect good." Another woman had almost nothing financially, yet instead of cursing the little she possessed, she was taught to bless it. She began imagining her purse not as a symbol of emptiness but as a vessel through which supply could circulate. She blessed money going out. She blessed money coming in. She stopped treating every expenditure as a funeral, and unexpected provision eventually reached her. Again, the lesson is not to spend foolishly. Spiritual faith is not financial irresponsibility. There is a vast difference between inspired generosity and compulsive spending. The deeper teaching is this: do not curse money as it leaves your hand. Do not say, "There goes my money." Sigh, "I bless every dollar I use wisely." Money circulates through my life in divine order. I give value, and I receive value. My supply is continually renewed through right channels. This is a healthier consciousness than gripping every coin with terror. Money is not your God. Money is not your enemy. Money is an instrument. And instruments respond better in an atmosphere of wisdom and blessing than in an atmosphere of panic and resentment. So begin noticing your financial vocabulary. Do you say money is impossible to earn? Do you glorify struggle? Do you tell everyone how expensive everything is? Do you constantly announce what you cannot afford? Do you secretly resent those who prosper? These are not harmless habits if you are trying to establish a consciousness of abundance. Replace them. Sigh, "God is my unfailing supply." Large and right sums of money come to me through honest, harmonious, divinely ordered channels. I am receptive to opportunities that bless me and bless others. I use money wisely, gratefully, and peacefully. What belongs to me by divine right cannot pass me by. Say it calmly. There is no need to shout at heaven. Authority is often quiet. A person who knows does not beg. Now, imagine your life as a river. Prosperity wants movement, but fear builds a dam. You can speak prosperity all morning, yet if you spend the rest of the day secretly fearing its opposite, the stream becomes obstructed. So before we go further into success, we must deal with the great disturber of consciousness, fear. Fear is faith turned in the wrong direction. Fear is powerful only because it borrows the machinery of faith. Fear imagines. Fear expects. Fear rehearses. Fear declares. Fear visualizes an event that has not happened and then feels as though it already has. Look closely. That is the structure of faith. But faith directed toward the wrong picture becomes fear. When you stare at a bill and repeatedly imagine disaster, you are using creative imagination. When you picture rejection before the meeting has even happened, you are rehearsing an outcome. When you lie awake, imagining everything that could go wrong, you are practicing a dark form of expectation. You are spending spiritual energy on what you do not want. This does not mean you should blame yourself for being afraid. It means you have discovered where your power has been going, and what has been misdirected can be redirected. Fear says, "What if something terrible happens?" Faith answers, "What if divine intelligence is already arranging something better than I can see?" Fear says, "What if I lose everything?" Faith answers, "My true good is established in divine order, and I am guided in every necessary step." Fear says, "What if no one helps me?" Faith answers, "Right assistance reaches me through right channels." Fear says, "What if I fail?" Faith answers, "I am guided into right action, and every experience can lead me toward greater wisdom." There was a highly capable man whose greatest obstacle was not lack of intelligence, it was worry. Every decision became a theater of possible disaster. His mind produced endless what-ifs. He mentally lived through failures that had never occurred. Then one day, a simple message caught his attention. Why worry about something that may never happen? The sentence broke the spell, not because the words were complicated, because they interrupted the record. He realized he had spent years faithfully rehearsing events that existed only in imagination, so he stopped feeding them. And when the expectation of disaster weakened, good had room to become visible. Many people think they need a complicated spiritual method. Often what they need is to stop using imagination against themselves. Consider Daniel before the lions. The outer picture said danger, the inner posture remained faith, and the lions lost their power to terrify him. Whether you take this story spiritually, symbolically, or devotionally, the lesson is the same. The lion grows enormous in the mind that runs from it. There are financial lions. There are relational lions. There are health-related fears. There are professional lions. There are lions called rejection, criticism, loneliness, uncertainty, age, delay, and change. You do not defeat them by obsessing over their teeth. You stand in a higher consciousness. You say, "I walk toward every challenge accompanied by divine intelligence. I refuse to magnify fear. I magnify faith, wisdom, and right action." Then there is the story of a traveler on a ship surrounded by dense fog. The visible world said, "We are delayed." The spiritual mind declared order instead of confusion. Rather than emotionally merging with the collective anxiety, she held the picture of clarity and gave thanks for light. The fog eventually lifted. The deeper lesson is not that you control the weather by personal force. It is that you do not have to allow outer confusion to become inner confusion. There may be fog around you while there is clarity within you. That inner clarity matters. Perhaps today you cannot see 6 months ahead. You do not need to. A lamp does not illuminate the entire road. It reveals the next steps. So stop demanding that divine guidance show you the whole map before you agree to move. You need enough light for the present step. You may still feel fear. This is important. Do not imagine that spiritual maturity means never feeling a trembling sensation again. Sometimes fear appears in the body before the mind has had time to correct it. You can feel fear and still speak faith. You can feel uncertain and still choose right action. You can feel your knees shake and still refuse to worship the shaking. Act from the consciousness you are building. Feeling often follows action. So when fear appears, do not hold a conference with it. Do not give it a throne. Replace it. Use praise. Use gratitude. Use a clear declaration. Sigh, "I am not governed by appearances. Divine wisdom is greater than this situation. I am guided, guarded, and supplied. I stand still within and allow the right solution to appear." Praise is powerful because fear cannot easily occupy the same mental space as genuine gratitude. Try it. When anxiety says something is going wrong, answer, "Thank you for the good already present." When fear says nothing is working, answer, "Thank you for the unseen order I cannot yet observe." When fear says I have been forgotten, answer, "Thank you that my right good knows my address." Gratitude moves consciousness from absence to presence. It reminds you that life is more than the problem currently demanding attention. Now perhaps you say, "But what if I speak faith and still feel afraid?" Speak anyway, not mechanically, not as denial. Speak as a gardener plants a seed before seeing the flower. A seed can be placed into the earth by trembling hands. The earth does not reject it because the gardener felt nervous. Continue. Fear is a shadow. You do not have to fight a shadow. Bring light. And once fear begins to dissolve, another structure starts to tremble. The wall between you and your divinely designed success. The secret door of success and the magic path of intuition. Everyone wants success, yet many people imagine success is behind a locked door somewhere outside themselves. They push, they beg, they manipulate, they compare, they work until exhausted. Then they conclude the door is unfair. But the most important lock is often not outside. It is within consciousness. There is a place for effort. There is a place for discipline. There is a place for skill, study, responsibility, and work. But hard work performed against an inner conviction of failure becomes exhausting. Right action arising from right consciousness is different. There is a success designed for you, a form of expression that belongs to your own path. You do not have to duplicate someone else's life. You do not need another person's position. You need your own right place. Yet certain inner walls can keep you circling outside it. Resentment is a wall. Envy is a wall. Discouragement is a wall. Careless speech is a wall. Fear is a wall. Constant comparison is a wall. Sometimes the person who envies another is actually standing beside evidence that good is possible. Instead of celebrating the evidence, they interpret it as proof that they have been excluded. A woman once saw another person receive something she deeply desired. Her first response was resentment. Why did she receive it and not me? But envy closes consciousness. It says, there is only one blessing. It assumes another person's good has reduced the amount available to you. That is scarcity thinking. She was encouraged to bless the other person's good and recognize it as evidence of abundance. Her inner word became, in essence, what divine good has brought to another, divine good is equally capable of bringing to me in my own perfect way. Soon, she too received what she desired, with additional good beside it. The principle is beautiful. Another person's success is not your rejection letter. It can be your confirmation. Someone else's happy marriage does not steal yours. Someone else's prosperous business does not empty your supply. Someone else's opportunity does not cancel your destiny. Someone else's talent does not diminish your gift. Bless their good. Release competition. Sigh, I rejoice in the good of others, knowing that divine supply is infinite. What is mine comes to me in my own perfect way. Then there is discouragement. Discouragement often whispers just before a breakthrough. You have tried long enough. Nothing is happening. Stop. A young man once worked in a humble position where many ignored him. He could easily have concluded he was going nowhere. Instead, he held to the conviction that a successful person does not abandon the path merely because today's appearance is small. Soon, a more satisfying opportunity opened. The outer shift followed an inner refusal to surrender to discouragement. This does not mean you must remain forever in a wrong situation. Persistence is not stubbornness. Divine persistence means refusing to surrender your expectation of good, even when guidance redirects the form. You may leave one job and persist in faith. You may end one project and persist in faith. You may change direction entirely and still persist in faith. Never confuse loyalty to divine good with loyalty to one particular channel. Another invisible wall is excessive talk. There are times to share. There are times to remain silent. Many people scatter the energy of a new idea by explaining it repeatedly before it has roots. They announce every possibility. They describe every fear. They seek approval from 10 different people. Then they become confused because each person returns a different opinion. Silence can be a form of spiritual conservation. A man of great ability continually discussed every business matter, every hope, every fear, every doubt. His mind never had space to become quiet. When he learned to become more selective in his speech, His energy became concentrated rather than scattered. Opportunities followed, so protect what is still growing. A seed is not dug up every morning, so everyone can inspect it. Some dreams need darkness before they need display. You do not have to tell everyone what God is doing within you. Let the result speak when it is ready. Now we return to preparation. There was a student who desired to travel abroad, but had no visible means. He spoke a word of gratitude for the right journey, fully provided for in the right way. Then he purchased a trunk. That trunk became his symbol of preparation. Each time he looked at it, consciousness said, "The journey is real enough for me to prepare." In time, the money appeared and the journey occurred. The trunk did not create the money by magic. It was an act of alignment. This is the oil in the lamp. Preparation is faith made visible. So ask yourself, where is your oil? Where is your trunk? Where are your ditches? Where is the small act that says, "I believe enough to become ready"? Do not make a theatrical gesture merely to impress yourself. Let the action be natural and wise. If you desire employment, prepare professionally. If you desire a creative career, create. If you desire financial increase, learn stewardship. If you desire a peaceful relationship, practice peaceful communication. If you desire opportunity, become capable of recognizing it. Right consciousness always seeks right action. And if you cannot see the door yet, do not panic. You do not need to manufacture the door. You need to remove the wall. The ancient image of Jericho is powerful here. The people could see the wall. They could not yet see the open city. They continued. Then came the shout. Think of that shout as the decisive word of faith that refuses to agree with limitation any longer. Say now, every wall of fear, resentment, envy, delay, discouragement, and limitation now falls away from my path. I enter my right place, under grace and in perfect ways. See the wall falling, not another person's wall, your inner wall. The belief that there is no room for you, the belief that you missed your chance, the belief that you are too old, too young, too late, too inexperienced, too forgotten, too ordinary, too damaged. Let those stones fall. Behind them is not someone else's city. It is your own right field of expression. The golden lesson is simple. Resentment builds walls. Blessing removes them. Envy builds walls. Gratitude removes them. Discouragement builds walls. Faith removes them. Idle talk scatters power. Wise silence gathers it. Fear freezes action. Preparation gives faith a body. And once the wall is down and the door opens, another question appears. How will you know where to go? This is where intuition becomes essential. Intuition is the quiet language of divine guidance. Prayer may express your question. Intuition often carries the answer. Many people pray, "Show me what to do." Then an inner nudge appears and they immediately argue with it. They ask for a sign and then dismiss the sign because it was too simple. They ask for direction and then demand that the direction agree with their existing plan. But divine intelligence is not obligated to confirm the limitations of your reasoning mind. Reason works with known facts. Intuition sometimes perceives a path before facts have assembled around it. The woman with only a few dollars experienced this. Reason told her to remain where she was and continue searching according to the obvious plan. Intuition directed her elsewhere. She obeyed. That change led to a connection through which unexpected provision eventually appeared. Had she demanded a complete explanation before moving, she might never have discovered the channel. This is why intuitive guidance often requires trust. Another simple example came through shopping. 2 stores were available. Reason calculated that the cheaper store was obviously the better choice. Yet intuition suggested the more expensive one. Upon arriving, a special offer made the desired items less costly than they would have been at the supposedly cheaper shop. These small experiences train consciousness. Intuition does not only speak during great crises. It may speak about a phone call, a meeting, a road, a person, A book, a purchase, a moment to wait, a moment to move, a moment to speak, a moment to remain silent. The more faithfully you listen, the clearer the language becomes. But how can you distinguish intuition from fear or wishful thinking? Notice its quality. Fear tends to shout. Intuition often speaks quietly. Fear creates pressure. True guidance carries a certain inner clarity even when the action itself requires courage. Fear repeats obsessively. Guidance may appear once, cleanly, and then remain steady underneath the mental noise. Fear says, "Do this now, or everything will be ruined." Guidance says, "This is the next step." True intuition does not require you to violate wisdom, integrity, or love. It leads toward divine order. So, practice. Before sleep, you may say, "Divine intelligence reveals my next right step clearly." When I awaken, I recognize the guidance meant for me. Then become quiet. Do not wake in the morning and immediately drown the still small voice beneath an avalanche of notifications, fears, opinions, and calculations. Give yourself a moment. Listen. What clear thought appears? What action feels quietly right? Write it down. Then test it through wisdom and peace. If it remains clear, move. Guidance becomes stronger through obedience. If intuition tells you to call someone and you delay 3 weeks, you train yourself not to trust your own spiritual sensitivity. If it tells you to complete something and you continually postpone it, you weaken the relationship between inner knowing and outer action. Start with small things. Listen, obey, observe, learn. You will become increasingly sensitive to the difference between emotional impulse and peaceful direction. Sigh. I am guided by divine intelligence. I recognize the still, clear voice of right direction. My intuition is calm, wise, loving, and aligned with divine order. I give willing obedience to the next right step. I am guided, guarded, and governed in all my ways. Feel the peace of that. You do not have to force the future. You do not have to scheme your way into every opportunity. You do not have to beg at doors that are not yours. There is a divine pattern for your life. Your prosperity has a pattern. Your work has a pattern. Your relationships have a pattern. Your health has a pattern. Your self-expression has a pattern. And intuition is one of the instruments by which you are led toward it. Look at the entire journey we have traveled. First, you noticed the old record. Then you stopped treating it as destiny. You began replacing words of fear with words of truth. You recognized divine supply as greater than any single channel. You learned that faith prepares before it sees. You faced fear and discovered that fear is often imagination directed toward the wrong outcome. You watched the walls of resentment, envy, discouragement, and careless speech begin to fall. And finally, you discovered the quiet path of intuition. This is the real rewiring, not frantic effort, not self-punishment, not forcing the mind into artificial excitement. A new inner order, a new vocabulary, a new expectation, a new relationship with guidance. You no longer need to walk only by appearances. You can walk by faith. You no longer need fear to choose your language. You can choose truth. You no longer need reasoning alone to control every step. You can make room for intuition. So before you leave this part of the journey, speak these words slowly. I see clearly. I release fear. I welcome divine prosperity. I am guided by divine intelligence. My words carry peace, faith, wisdom, and right expectation. Divine order now governs every part of my life. What belongs to me by divine right comes to me through harmonious channels, under grace, in perfect ways. I bless what I have. I prepare for the good I expect. I rejoice in the success of others. I protect my vision from unnecessary doubt. I listen for the still small voice and follow the next right step. My old record is finished. A new song is playing now. Health, prosperity, love, wisdom, peace, and perfect self-expression. Carry that song with you. Let it be the thought you return to when the world presents an old appearance. Let it be the word you choose when fear attempts to reopen an old chapter. Let it accompany you into sleep. Let it greet you in the morning. And remember, you do not need to know every step of the road before taking the next one. The way becomes visible as consciousness becomes clear. Speak with faith. Prepare with wisdom. Listen with peace. Move when guided. Divine order is already working. And if these words have become your new decision, write this declaration as your own. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. You have not missed your divine hour. There comes a moment when you must stop calling yourself delayed. You must stop looking backward and counting all the years you believe were wasted. You must stop staring at closed doors and saying, "That was my chance." For the human mind measures life with clocks, calendars, ages, deadlines, comparisons, and appearances. Divine order measures differently. What belongs to you in the right pattern cannot be destroyed merely because one path closed. What is truly yours cannot be exhausted because one person walked away. One lost position cannot cancel your prosperity. One rejected proposal cannot erase your gift. One failed venture cannot invalidate your future. One season of scarcity cannot define the whole story of your life. You may have looked around and thought, "Everyone is moving ahead, except me. They found success before I did. I should have accomplished more by now. I wasted too many years. My opportunity has passed." But these statements are not harmless observations. Repeated often enough, they become instructions to the subconscious. They create an identity of lateness, and the person who believes they are late begins to interpret everything through delay. A new opportunity appears, and they hesitate. A door opens, and they say, "It is probably too good to be true." Guidance speaks, and they answer, "Why didn't this happen 10 years ago?" They are so busy mourning the old timetable that they cannot recognize the new doorway standing before them. So release the clock. Divine timing is neither frantic nor lazy. It is precise. It brings the right thing into the right place when consciousness, preparation, opportunity, and right action meet. There was a woman burdened with debt who felt that she had reached the end of every road. She had worked, she had tried, she had worried. She had pushed against circumstances until she was exhausted. To her reasoning mind, nothing remained. But sometimes, exhaustion reveals something important. It shows us where human force has reached its limit. She was encouraged to release the struggle and return to the consciousness of divine supply, not to become passive, not to ignore her responsibilities, but to stop assuming CD strain itself was the source of her answer. A word of faith was spoken for her, and in time, funds that had seemed inaccessible were released. New channels appeared. Connections she had not calculated came into view. The answer did not arrive through the road she had spent years forcing. It arrived through another road entirely. This is why you must not make your plan greater than divine intelligence. Make plans. Be responsible. Use wisdom, but leave room for surprise. You may believe your good must come through a particular employer. It may come through an entirely different field. You may believe financial increase must come through one client. It may arrive through a new idea. You may believe the answer requires one person to say yes. Divine order may move you toward another person altogether. The principle is not, "I sit still and expect money to fall from the sky." The principle is, "I refuse to limit infinite intelligence to the few channels visible to me." That is spiritual flexibility. And often, the path that looked like a detour was protecting you from the wrong destination. Think back. Some doors you cried over were doors you are now grateful never opened. Some people you desperately wanted to remain were not equipped to walk where you were going. Some ventures that failed forced you to learn discernment. Some periods of financial pressure revealed habits that prosperity later required you to change. Some disappointments broke your dependence on external approval. You called them delays. But perhaps some were redirections. You called them losses. But perhaps some were clearing space. You called them failure, but perhaps some were the destruction of a structure that could never hold the life you were asking to receive. You do not always understand the pattern while you are inside it. When you stand too close to a tapestry, you see knots, threads, strange crossings, dark patches. You cannot see the picture, but step back, and the design appears. So stop condemning every chapter whose purpose you did not immediately understand. Sigh. Nothing in my life is wasted when I place it in divine order. Every lesson now serves my highest good. Every false road releases me to the right road. Every closed door redirects me toward my divinely appointed place. This is not an invitation to romanticize pain. It is an invitation to refuse to let pain become meaningless. You can extract wisdom without worshiping suffering. You can honor what you learned without asking to repeat the lesson. You can say, "That chapter is finished. I carry forward the wisdom, not the wound." And now, remove another dangerous sentence. "I am behind." Behind whom? Another person? Another timeline? Another standard? Another life? You were not created to duplicate another person's sequence. One flower blooms in spring, another blooms in summer. Neither accuses the other of being late. The oak does not apologize because the wildflower appeared first. Your divine pattern has its own unfolding. So declare, "I am in my right place at the right time. I cannot miss the good that belongs to me in divine order. My right opportunities recognize me. My right connections recognize me. My right work recognizes me. My channels of supply are divinely selected and perfectly timed." Say it until the panic of comparison begins to loosen. Say it when social media shows you another person's highlight. Say it when someone announces an achievement you hoped to reach first. Say it when the world tells you that you should have arrived by now. Then bless them and return to your path. Your peace is more valuable than another person's timetable. When you trust divine order, anxiety stops driving the vehicle. You become calmer, and calmness sees what panic misses. There may already be an opportunity near you that fear has made invisible. There may already be a person you need to contact, an idea you need to finish, a skill you need to develop, a conversation you need to have, a burden you need to release, a habit you need to change. Divine guidance is not always dramatic. Sometimes the miracle begins with a simple instruction. Send the message. Finish the proposal. Go to the meeting. Make the call. Rest tonight. Do not answer yet. Take another route. Apply again. Walk away. Begin. When the inner world becomes quieter, these instructions become easier to hear. And this is the great liberation. You do not have to run after every possibility. You can be led toward the right one. Speak now. "I am led by Spirit. I cannot miss my rightful good. Divine timing works for me, not against me. What appears delayed is now placed in perfect order. What belongs to me comes through right channels, through right action, under grace. And let the old identity of the forgotten person fall away. You are not here to beg life to remember you. You are here to awaken to what divine mind has already placed within you, which leads us to something deeper. For beneath your fear about money is often a question of identity. Not, "How much money do I have?" but, "Who do I believe I am in relation to supply?" The hidden identity beneath scarcity. Beneath years of doubt, there is another self. Beneath the stories of limitation, beneath the disappointments, beneath the bank statements, beneath the voices that told you to expect little, beneath every label others placed upon you, there remains an identity untouched by appearances. The spiritual self does not measure its worth by a temporary financial condition. A low balance can describe an account. It cannot describe the totality of your divine potential. Debt can describe an obligation. It cannot define your spiritual identity. A period without work can describe a circumstance. It does not mean you have no value. This distinction is essential because when a temporary condition becomes an identity, the condition begins to feel permanent. You stop saying, "I am experiencing financial difficulty," and begin saying, "I am poor." You stop saying, "This business has not yet succeeded," and begin saying, "I am a failure." You stop saying, "I have not found the opportunity yet," and begin saying, "Nothing is available for me." Do you see the difference? One describes an appearance. The other crowns the appearance as identity. Never give a temporary circumstance permanent authority. Within the metaphysical teaching we are exploring, abundance begins with recognition. You cannot consistently express what you continually deny within yourself. If you believe that prosperity belongs to everyone except you, you will unconsciously resist opportunities that contradict that belief. If you believe money always brings trouble, you may push away the very increase you say you desire. If you believe receiving makes you selfish, you may sabotage your own capacity to receive. If you believe struggle is proof of goodness, ease may make you uncomfortable. So ask, what does wealth mean to me? Do I associate money with guilt, conflict, greed, corruption, danger, loss? Do I secretly believe that spiritual people should remain deprived? Do I believe I must suffer enough before I am permitted to receive? These are important questions because the subconscious can hold one belief while the conscious mind repeats another. You can say, "I welcome abundance," while another voice whispers, "But people will judge me." You can affirm, "I am prosperous," while another voice says, "I do not deserve it." Then consciousness is divided. The answer is not to shout louder. The answer is to heal the contradiction. Consider the image of an heir who has forgotten the inheritance. Imagine a royal child raised far from the palace, unaware of his origin. He grows up believing poverty is his natural station. Then one day, evidence of his inheritance is revealed. The inheritance did not begin on the day he discovered it. His recognition changed. This is the metaphysical picture. Divine supply is not created by your worthiness. You awaken to your relationship with it. The seed is already complete in principle before the tree becomes visible. Consider an acorn. No one opens the acorn and glues branches inside it. The oak is contained within the pattern. Sunlight, soil, water, and time allow what is hidden to unfold. The tree is revealed. So it is with the capacities placed within you. There may be creativity not yet expressed, leadership not yet exercised, ideas not yet developed, prosperity not yet embodied, wisdom not yet applied, connections not yet made, gifts that have existed in seed form for years. Do not curse the seed because it does not look like the tree. Nurture it. Recognition is part of that nurturing. Sigh, there is more good within my divine pattern than appearances have yet revealed. I recognize the seed of abundance within me. I give it faith, wisdom, discipline, gratitude, and right action. My inner consciousness now makes room for greater good. The crucial word is recognition. You are not pretending a checking account contains money that is not there. You are not denying facts. You are refusing to make current facts the outer limit of future possibility. That is different. You can responsibly look at a bill and still say, "This is not the final story." You can acknowledge a debt and say, "I will deal with this wisely, and I remain open to greater supply." You can be unemployed and say, "My work has value. The right opportunity can appear." You can begin again at 50, 60, or 70 and say, "Divine self-expression is not canceled by age." This is spiritual dignity. And now we arrive at a belief that traps many people. I must first become worthy. Worthy of what? Of food? Of shelter? Of creative expression? Of peace? Of support? Of the ability to prosper and contribute? There are people who unconsciously believe abundance is a reward issued only after enough punishment, so they keep postponing good. When I finally become perfect, when I fix everything about myself, when I prove that I have worked harder than everyone else, when I suffer enough, then perhaps I will allow myself to receive. This is not humility, it is bondage. Humility does not mean refusing good. True humility can say, "I did not create the infinite source, Therefore, I do not need to pretend I am personally responsible for manufacturing all supply. Humility can receive gratefully. Humility can prosper without arrogance. Humility can use resources wisely. Humility can say, "This good is not proof that I am superior. It is an opportunity to express more life, more service, more beauty, more generosity." So release the old equation. Scarcity equals virtue. Money is a tool. Character determines how the tool is used. A generous person can use money generously. A wise person can use it wisely. A fearful person may use it fearfully. A selfish person may use it selfishly. The tool itself does not create the consciousness. It reveals and amplifies what consciousness brings to it. Therefore, you do not need to become ashamed of prosperity in order to become spiritual. You need to become responsible with prosperity. Sigh. I release every belief that says I must suffer in order to receive good. I release every belief that confuses humility with deprivation. I welcome right supply with gratitude, wisdom, and integrity. I am worthy of participating in the abundance of life because I am part of life itself. Now go deeper. Stop trying to become prosperous only as an external identity. Begin cultivating prosperous consciousness. Prosperous consciousness asks, what can I create? What can I bless? What can I improve? What can I contribute? What idea is seeking expression through me? What value can I exchange? Where is divine intelligence directing me? Prosperity is not only about accumulating, it is about circulation. It is the consciousness that believes life contains possibilities. So say, I am already rich in divine mind. My consciousness is open to right opportunities, right ideas, right people, and right compensation. My supply is established in spirit and now appears through harmonious channels. I recognize, receive, circulate, and bless my good. Let those words replace the old picture. You are no longer crawling toward abundance. You are learning to stand in relationship with it. What the worldly successful often practice without knowing. Observe people who consistently succeed, not merely those who become wealthy by exploitation or chance. Observe people who seem naturally able to move toward opportunities. You will often notice an internal characteristic before you notice the external result. Expectation. They expect movement. They expect solutions. They expect people to answer. They expect ideas to work. They do not spend every morning rehearsing their defeat. This does not mean they never experience difficulty. It means difficulty is not automatically interpreted as the end. Many successful people practice certain laws unconsciously. They may never study metaphysics. They may never use spiritual language. They may call it confidence, mindset, vision, conviction, entrepreneurship, leadership, self-belief. But beneath the vocabulary is an assumption. I can do something with this. That assumption changes behavior. A person expecting success enters a room differently. They notice connections. They ask questions. They make proposals. They follow up. They recover from rejection more quickly. They see a setback and ask, what is the next move? A person expecting defeat may encounter the same room, the same people, the same opportunity, and notice only reasons to retreat. So consciousness influences action, and action influences results. Consider a businessman who seemed repeatedly fortunate. Projects prospered. Ideas produced returns. Others wondered why he appeared lucky. When asked how he approached his ventures, his answer revealed the inner pattern. He expected them to succeed. He did not make failure his dominant mental picture. Before visible evidence appeared, his consciousness was already leaning toward possibility. That expectation shaped everything that followed. He moved. He decided. He persisted. He noticed. He acted. The spiritual student can learn from this without making wealth a god. You do not have to worship successful people. You do not have to imitate their personalities. You do not have to copy every business strategy. You can recognize the law beneath the behavior. Expectation matters. So ask, what do I expect when I begin something? Do I immediately imagine embarrassment? Do I picture rejection? Do I tell myself no one will care? Do I prepare an explanation for failure before I have even begun? Or do I enter with calm expectancy? Not arrogance, not fantasy, expectancy. There is a subtle authority in the person who says, there is a right outcome here, and I am willing to be guided toward it. That is different from saying, I must control everyone and everything. Spiritual authority is not domination. It is inner agreement with good. Sigh. I expect right results from right action. I expect divine intelligence to reveal solutions. I expect opportunities appropriate to my gifts. I expect my work to reach the people it is meant to serve. I expect fair and abundant compensation for the value I provide. Expectation changes what you notice. Two people can walk the same street. One sees nothing. The other sees an idea. Two people can face the same problem. One sees a wall. The other sees a business opportunity. Two people can receive the same rejection. One hears, "You are finished." The other hears, "Not through this channel." This is why the law is not about passive, wishful thinking. Consciousness informs action, and action becomes more intelligent when it is not poisoned by fear. Now notice another important point. Spiritual law, as presented in this teaching, is impartial. Rain does not examine a garden's moral biography before it falls. Gravity does not ask whether a person is pleasant. A principle operates according to its nature. This explains why people with poor character may sometimes accumulate enormous wealth, while kind people struggle. Money is not always a scoreboard of virtue. Do not make that mistake. Financial success does not automatically prove spiritual maturity. Financial struggle does not automatically prove spiritual failure. The lesson is narrower. Certain habits of expectation, decision, courage, focus, and persistence can produce material outcomes whether a person understands the spiritual dimension or not. But the conscious spiritual student seeks something more, not merely wealth. Wealth under grace, prosperity without destroying peace, success without crushing others, money without becoming enslaved to money, influence without corruption, increase that blesses both the receiver and the people touched by it. That distinction matters. You do not need to choose between goodness and prosperity. You need to choose the form of prosperity that remains in right relationship with goodness. Sai, my prosperity comes under grace. It harms no one. It violates no rightful good. It arrives through honest, harmonious, divinely ordered channels. My increase becomes an instrument of greater good. This is the spiritual upgrade from unconscious success to conscious prosperity. The worldly millionaire may say, I expect to win. The spiritual student adds, I expect the right success in the right way. The worldly millionaire may say, I will get what I want. The spiritual student says, I receive what is mine by divine right, and I release what is not. The worldly mind can become obsessed with possession. The spiritual mind remembers stewardship. Resources come through you as well as to you. This creates freedom. You no longer need money to prove your identity. You can enjoy it without worshiping it. You can receive it without guilt. You can circulate it without terror. You can save it wisely. Invest it wisely. Spend it wisely. Give it wisely. Use it to create. Use it to serve. Use it to build. Use it to bring beauty, stability, opportunity, and relief. So take the attitude of certainty and cleanse it of greed. Take confidence and cleanse it of arrogance. Take ambition and align it with right purpose. Take expectation and place it under grace. Then declare, I expect success in every divinely directed endeavor. Large and appropriate sums of money flow to me through right channels. Divine opportunities recognize me, and I recognize them. My prosperity is stable because my consciousness is anchored in divine supply rather than temporary appearances. I act with faith, wisdom, courage, integrity, and gratitude. Speak these words until success no longer feels foreign. For many people, unconsciously reject prosperity simply because they have never practiced feeling at home with it. They feel comfortable with struggle. They know how to talk about struggle. They know how to bond with others over struggle. They know how to expect struggle. But abundance feels suspicious. Ease feels dangerous. Being well paid feels uncomfortable. Receiving praise feels embarrassing. A peaceful life feels as though something must soon go wrong. This is the sleep from which consciousness must awaken, and awakening requires courage. The courage to stop being loyal to the identity of struggle, the courage to stop introducing yourself through your wounds, the courage to stop making lack part of your personality, the courage to say, "That was my experience. It is not my eternal identity." Something within you is beginning to remember. You were never created merely to survive. There is creative expression seeking an outlet through you. There is good seeking circulation through you. There is a larger consciousness waiting to be accepted. Wake up to it, the spoken formula, and the discipline of abundance. When consciousness begins to awaken, thought alone is not always enough. The spoken word gives form to thought. There is power in hearing yourself say what you have chosen to believe. A thought can drift. A spoken declaration becomes more definite. It enters the ear. It engages the body. It interrupts old inner dialogue. It provides the subconscious with a new pattern. This is why spoken formulas have been used throughout spiritual traditions. Not because syllables themselves possess magical power, but because repetition, meaning, faith, feeling, and attention combine to form a powerful mental impression. At the center of this teaching is a simple declaration. Large sums of money come to me now under grace in perfect ways. Do not rush through it. Each part carries a spiritual intention. Large sums of money expands the mental image beyond habitual limitation. If you have spent years thinking only in terms of barely enough, the phrase challenges the old ceiling. It asks consciousness to stop assuming that supply must always arrive in tiny fragments. Come to me now moves abundance out of a vague someday. Many people are permanently prosperous tomorrow. Someday I will. One day when. Maybe next year. The subconscious hears postponement. Now does not mean forcing a specific event by midnight. Now means you begin accepting abundance as a present spiritual reality rather than an endlessly delayed possibility. Under grace may be the most important part. Under grace means without harmful force, without cheating, without manipulating, without destroying another person's rightful good, without creating a financial gain that costs you your peace, health, integrity, or soul. Under grace means, if this channel is wrong, let a better one appear. If my desire is too small, enlarge it. If I am pursuing something that is not truly mine, redirect me. If there is a more harmonious way, reveal it. Grace removes desperation. And finally, in perfect ways, not merely the way your human mind has chosen. Perfect ways leave room for divine intelligence. Perhaps you expect money through a promotion. Perfect ways may bring a new position. Perhaps you expect one sale. Perfect ways may give you a new business model. Perhaps you expect repayment. Perfect ways may bring another form of provision entirely. You state the essence, then you release the root. This is essential. Otherwise, affirmation becomes control. You begin trying to command a particular person. They must give me the money. That company must hire me. This client must sign. This investment must work. No, that is attachment to channels. Return to source. Sigh. Large sums of money come to me now under grace in perfect ways. Then listen. Perhaps the next step is to send an invoice. Perhaps it is to apply for a position. Perhaps it is to negotiate your rate. Perhaps it is to finish the product. Perhaps it is to stop wasting money. Perhaps it is to forgive a debt emotionally while still handling it responsibly. Perhaps it is to learn a new skill. Perhaps it is to accept help. Perhaps it is to say no. Perhaps it is to rest until a better idea appears. The spoken word and right action belong together. There is a story of a man who had lived for years in financial limitation. He worked long hours, yet never seemed to escape the same cycle. When he encountered the principle of deliberate declaration, he began repeating a new financial word: morning, evening, walking, resting. When fear appeared, he returned to it. When appearances contradicted it, he returned to it. At first, nothing visible seemed different. This is where spiritual discipline becomes important. Many people plant a seed on Monday and dig it up on Tuesday. They say, "Is it working?" They repeat an affirmation for 3 days and then spend the 4th day announcing that nothing changes. That is not persistence. The purpose of repetition is first to establish a new consciousness. Visible action often follows inner change. A person who begins expecting prosperity may suddenly notice opportunities they previously ignored. They may become willing to ask for compensation. They may stop postponing an idea. They may become more disciplined with money. They may approach people with greater confidence. They may recognize a neglected asset. They may hear an intuitive direction that fear previously drowned out. The outer changes can arrive through many channels. In the story, unexpected funds and opportunities eventually appeared. Old channels reopened. New possibilities emerged. What had seemed like an unchanging life began to shift. The metaphysical lesson is that persistent inner agreement had replaced persistent inner defeat. So do not use the affirmation as a lottery ticket. Use it as an instrument of consciousness. Speak. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. Then become the person capable of recognizing the answer. If an opportunity arrives, examine it. If guidance comes, act. If a financial habit needs correction, correct it. If you are shown to save, save. If you are shown to learn, learn. If you are shown to create, create. If you are shown to speak, speak. Faith is not avoidance of practical life. Faith makes practical life more intelligent because fear is no longer controlling every decision. Let the declaration become rhythmic, not obsessive, steady. Speak it in the morning. Speak it before sleep. Speak it when you notice old scarcity language returning. But do not spend your entire day checking whether money has arrived. That is still fear. Plant the word, then live. Work, serve, create, listen, prepare, give thanks. There is another image that makes this clear. Think of a radio. A broadcast may be filling the room even when you hear nothing. The program exists, but your receiver is tuned elsewhere. When you adjust the frequency, you do not create the broadcast. You become able to receive it. In this teaching, abundance is treated similarly. The new word retunes consciousness. You begin noticing possibility where you once noticed only limitation. You begin hearing opportunity where fear once heard danger. You begin seeing resources where you once saw emptiness. You begin recognizing value within yourself. The world may not have changed overnight. Your receiver changed. And because your receiver changed, your response to the world changes. Then, new results become possible. This is why you must guard the contradiction. Do not say, "Large sums come to me under grace," and 5 minutes later declare, "Money never comes to me." Do not say, "Divine supply is unlimited," then spend the afternoon telling everyone that life has abandoned you. When the old sentence appears, correct it without drama. Sigh, "That belongs to the old record." Then return, "God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me now under grace in perfect ways. I recognize right opportunities and take right action. My financial life is governed by wisdom, peace, gratitude, and divine order." You are not asking a reluctant heaven to be generous. You are training consciousness to stop resisting the possibilities already present in life. And one more thing. Do not measure the truth of your new consciousness every hour by your bank balance. The first evidence may be internal. You sleep better. You stop panicking over every bill. You become willing to look at your finances clearly. You make a better decision. You receive an idea. You recognize an unnecessary expense. You meet a new person. You finally complete something you had delayed. You have the courage to ask for the rate your work deserves. You stop giving away your energy where there is no exchange. These can all be movements of prosperity consciousness. Honor them, then continue. The larger demonstration may follow. So speak once more. Large sums of money come to me now under grace in perfect ways. My supply is not limited to any one person, job, company, market, or circumstance. Divine intelligence reveals right channels of income to me. I recognize them clearly and act upon them wisely. I am calm in prosperity. I am responsible in prosperity. I am generous in prosperity. I am spiritually free in prosperity. Money serves good purposes in my hands. My words, thoughts, choices, and actions now agree with abundance. Let this become your discipline, not greed, not frantic manifestation, not financial fantasy. A disciplined consciousness of enoughness, possibility, guidance, value, circulation, and right supply. And when doubt speaks, you do not need to fight it for an hour. Answer it once, firmly, peacefully. The old record no longer governs me. Then return to the new word. Because the deeper transformation is not that you learn one sentence about money. The deeper transformation is that you stop speaking as a person abandoned by life. You stop thinking as one permanently excluded. You stop walking as one who expects every door to close. You begin to expect guidance. You begin to expect opportunity. You begin to recognize value. You begin to prepare for increase. You begin to act from dignity instead of desperation. And that is the beginning of wealth consciousness. Say it now. I awaken to divine supply. I release the identity of struggle. I recognize abundance as a spiritual possibility in my life. I speak with faith. I act with wisdom. I receive under grace. Divine order now opens the right channels before me. And from this point forward, do not ask only, where is my money? Ask the deeper question, what kind of consciousness am I bringing to money? Because the next stage of this teaching goes even deeper. It is not enough to desire wealth. You must learn to recognize it, speak as one aligned with it, release comparison, develop magnetic faith, and stop rejecting the good already trying to enter your life. That is where we go next. Recognize the good that has been waiting for you. There is a spiritual principle many people overlook because it appears almost too simple. What you continually refuse to recognize, you make difficult to receive. A person may be surrounded by possibilities, yet remain convinced that life contains none for them. They may possess talent but call themselves ordinary. They may have useful ideas but dismiss them before giving them form. They may have loving people near them but continually describe themselves as abandoned. They may already have the first small channel of prosperity in their hands and curse it because it is not yet large enough. This is why recognition matters. Recognition says, I see the good. I acknowledge its presence. I stop treating every unfinished condition as evidence that nothing is happening. Imagine someone walking through a magnificent house at night holding a lamp that has never been lit. The rooms are filled with beautiful things, yet the person moves through darkness saying, there is nothing here. The objects did not disappear. The vision was missing. Recognition lights the lamp, and when consciousness begins to see differently, life begins to be approached differently. You notice people you once ignored. You see uses for talents you once dismissed. You hear ideas you once drowned beneath worry. You begin valuing resources you already possess. You start expecting possibilities instead of automatically rejecting them. Imagine people living as though they were beggars inside a royal court, surrounded by good, yet unable to recognize their relationship with it. That image is worth remembering. How often have you asked for something while simultaneously declaring that it does not exist for you? You pray for prosperity, then say, no one would ever pay me that much. You ask for a better opportunity, then say, there is nothing available. You ask for recognition, then hide every gift you have. You ask for increase, Yet whenever an opportunity arrives, you immediately search for reasons it will fail. That is divided consciousness. Recognition begins when you stop arguing against the very thing you are asking to receive. Sigh. I recognize the good already moving toward expression in my life. I recognize my gifts. I recognize my opportunities. I recognize divine intelligence working through circumstances I do not yet understand. I recognize supply even when it first appears as a seed. Do not despise small beginnings. A conversation can become a connection. A connection can become an opportunity. A small idea can become a business. A modest improvement can become a new habit. A single disciplined decision can redirect an entire financial pattern. Recognition is not pretending that a seed is already a forest. It is knowing the seed contains possibility. This protects the teaching from becoming fantasy. You do not need to deny facts. You need to stop worshiping facts as though they are incapable of changing. If your account is low, acknowledge it responsibly. Then say, "This is my present number. It is not my final identity." If a project has not yet prospered, examine it honestly. Then say, "There may be another strategy, another audience, another channel, or another idea available to me." If you have been overlooked, do not turn temporary invisibility into spiritual abandonment. Your task is to keep recognizing value. Begin each morning differently. Before you look at bills, before you open messages, before you allow the outer world to tell you what to think, remind yourself, I recognize divine supply. I recognize opportunities for increase. I recognize wisdom within me. I recognize the value I can create and exchange. I recognize the right people, and the right people recognize me. I honor the good already present, and I make room for greater good. That is not arrogance. Recognition is not saying, I am better than everyone. It is saying, I will no longer deny what divine intelligence has placed within me. There is great humility in accepting a gift and using it well. If you have a voice, use it. If you have knowledge, share it. If you have creativity, create. If you have business ability, develop it. If you can encourage people, encourage them. If you can solve a problem, solve it. If you can make something beautiful, make it. Prosperity frequently travels through value, and value cannot circulate if you continually deny that you possess any. So speak this: I recognize my divine capacity for prosperity. I see possibilities where fear once saw only limits. I honor every right opportunity placed before me. My consciousness is awake, receptive, discerning, and grateful. Now take this one step further. Recognition eventually changes language. You stop talking as someone begging abundance to notice you. You begin speaking as someone who understands that supply is possible. This brings us to the next stage. You become the voice of the consciousness you wish to embody. Become the voice of wealth. Your voice carries your dominant identity. Listen carefully to the way people speak about themselves. Within a few minutes, they often reveal their deepest assumptions. I never get a break. I always figure something out. People never value my work. There is always another opportunity. I am terrible with money. I am learning to handle money wisely. These sentences may describe the same person at different stages of consciousness. The outer circumstances may not yet have changed dramatically, but the inner government has changed. Now consider a powerful idea. Become the voice through which prosperity speaks. This does not mean becoming loud, boastful, or obsessed with money. It means no longer allowing scarcity to have exclusive control over your vocabulary. For years, perhaps, fear has been speaking through you. Fear chose the words. Fear interpreted every delay. Fear narrated every bill. Fear predicted every future. Now, a new intelligence must speak. Sigh. I am the voice of prosperity in my own life. My words agree with faith, wisdom, abundance, and divine order. My supply expands through right channels and right action. Notice the distinction. Do not merely say prosperous words and continue living in total contradiction to them. Let the new language produce new behavior. If you say, my work is valuable, then treat your work with respect. If you say, I welcome prosperity, then learn how to manage it. If you say, I am guided, then create quiet enough to listen. If you say, right opportunities come to me, then become willing to respond when one appears. The spoken word is strongest when consciousness and action begin moving in the same direction. There was a student who had spent years chasing money. The more desperately she chased, the more elusive it seemed. Everything in her language suggested that wealth was outside her, running away from her. I have to find money. I have to make something happen. I have to force this business to work. The exhaustion was visible. She was taught instead to establish another identity, not the one chasing, the one aligned. At first, the new declaration felt foreign. Of course it did. Any new identity feels artificial before it becomes familiar. She repeated the principle. Slowly, the tone changed. At first, she spoke as one who hoped. Later, she spoke as one who expected. And then, an internal shift occurred. She began to feel less frantic. Her thinking became clearer. Her confidence changed the way she approached clients and opportunities. Ventures that had stagnated began to move. New people appeared. Compensation increased. The lesson is not that words magically forced strangers to hand her money. The deeper lesson is that her new inner posture changed what she could perceive, receive, and act upon. This is why repetition can matter. Not endless mechanical repetition. Intentional repetition. Every time you say, my supply is unlimited in divine mind, and becomes visible through right channels, you are reminding yourself not to confine prosperity to one door. Every time you say, I am the voice of wealth, you are deciding that scarcity will no longer dominate the conversation inside you. Speak in the morning. Speak when old fear returns. Speak before important work. Speak after disappointment, but speak with calmness. You are not trying to hypnotize yourself into recklessness. You are training your consciousness to recognize possibility. Sigh, I am the voice of wealth. My supply is abundant and increasingly visible. Every right channel of income opens in harmony with divine order. My ideas prosper when they are right. My work reaches those it is meant to reach. I receive fair and generous compensation for genuine value. I use money wisely and peacefully. Let your voice become consistent. This consistency is important because many people speak prosperity for 10 minutes and then spend 10 hours speaking defeat. They say, I am abundant, and immediately follow it with, of course, nothing ever works for me. They pray for increase and then joke constantly about bankruptcy. They ask for success and spend all day predicting rejection. The subconscious hears the entire conversation, so do not merely add affirmations. Change the language of your life. There is a difference. An affirmation is a sentence. A language is a way of living. Prosperous language includes, there is another way. I can learn. I can improve this. Let me see what divine intelligence shows me. This setback is information, not destiny. I bless what I have. I am grateful for every honest channel of supply. I expect greater good. Imagine how different your inner world becomes when these sentences replace, impossible, too late, no one cares, I never have enough. The voice of wealth is not always talking about money. Sometimes it says, I have enough strength for today's task. I have enough wisdom to take the next step. I have enough time to do what matters. I have enough courage to begin. I have enough peace to wait for clarity. This is abundance consciousness in practical form. Now, as your voice changes, guard yourself from one of the most subtle thieves of prosperity. Comparison. There is no competition in divine supply. Comparison causes the eyes to turn sideways. Instead of asking, what is my path? You ask, why am I not on theirs? Instead of asking, what gift am I meant to develop? You ask, why is their gift more visible? Instead of asking, what is my next right action? You ask, how far ahead are they? Then energy that could have built your life is spent measuring another person's life. This is costly. Comparison creates artificial scarcity. It tells you that if another person succeeds, less success remains for you. If another person becomes wealthy, you have been deprived. If another receives attention, yours has been stolen. If another rises quickly, you must be late. None of those conclusions necessarily follow. Two people can prosper differently. Two people can serve different audiences. Two people can express similar talents through completely different channels. No two lives must unfold according to one timetable. Your task is not to win someone else's race. Your task is to become faithful to your own divine pattern. Think of a garden. A rose does not envy the oak. The oak does not call itself unsuccessful because it produces no roses. The grapevine does not accuse the apple tree of stealing its abundance. Each expresses its own design, yet human beings constantly abandon their own garden to stare over the fence. Then they wonder why their seeds do not grow. Comparison is particularly dangerous today because you can see thousands of lives every day. Someone announces a promotion. Someone displays a new house. Someone's business explodes. Someone travels. Someone's video receives millions of views. Someone seems younger, richer, more beautiful, more connected, more successful. And if consciousness is unguarded, abundance in another person immediately becomes an accusation against you. Stop. Bless what you see. This is powerful. When another person prospers, say, "Their good does not diminish mine. I bless their success, and I remain faithful to my own path." Divine supply is infinite. What belongs to me arrives through my own right channels. Now consider a beautiful spiritual principle. What God has done for another demonstrates possibility. It need not become a reason for resentment. You can convert envy into evidence. Instead of, "Why them?" say, "Good exists, therefore good is possible." Instead of, "I am falling behind," say, "Their timing is theirs, my timing is mine." Instead of, "They have what I wanted," say, "I bless their good, and I welcome my own right good." This releases enormous emotional energy because envy is exhausting. It requires constant surveillance. You must keep checking who has more, who grew faster, who received recognition, who got invited, who became wealthy, who became famous. There is no peace in this. The person who compares constantly can never enjoy abundance because every achievement immediately reveals someone who has more. $5,000 becomes insufficient when someone else has 50,000. 50,000 becomes insufficient when another has 5 million. 5 million becomes insufficient when another has 500 million. Comparison has no finish line. Gratitude does. Gratitude can say, "This is good," and then continue growing from peace. So, release comparison not merely because it feels unpleasant. Release it because it distracts you from guidance. Divine intelligence may be pointing left while you are staring at someone running right. Your right opportunity may appear ordinary because you are obsessed with copying someone else's dramatic one. Your best business idea may look too small because you are comparing it to another person's mature company. Your first step may seem embarrassing because you are comparing it to somebody's 10th year. Return home to yourself. Ask, "What is mine to do? What can I improve today? What idea belongs to me? What audience am I equipped to serve? What is the next right step on my road?" Then move. The shepherd guides individually. Your pasture is not required to resemble someone else's pasture. Your stream may come through another valley. Trust the guidance. Sigh. I release every need to compare my life with another. I release envy, competition, and the fear of being behind. I bless the success I see around me. Another person's abundance confirms that abundance exists. My path is divinely ordered. My gifts have their own place. My opportunities have their own timing. My supply comes through channels appropriate to me. Now watch what happens when comparison weakens. Your creativity returns. Your attention returns. Your gratitude returns. Your intuition becomes easier to hear. You stop copying. You begin creating. You stop chasing the audience that belongs to someone else. You begin serving the one that recognizes you. You stop trying to wear another person's destiny. You become comfortable inside your own. There is a quiet power in individuality. Divine intelligence does not require 10,000 copies of the same person. The world already has them. It needs your expression. So when you see someone succeed, bless them. Sigh. I rejoice in every honest expression of abundance. I call forth my own right success under grace. There is no competition in infinite supply. And mean it. Let another person's victory become permission rather than punishment. Once comparison has loosened its grip, faith has more room to grow. And faith, when it becomes steady enough, has a magnetic quality. Magnetic faith and the open channels of supply. Faith is not trembling hope. Faith does not constantly ask, is it coming? Is it working? Did I ruin it? What if someone else gets it first? That is anxiety-wearing spiritual vocabulary. Real faith has a different atmosphere. It is quieter, more settled. It says, there is a right answer. I do not need to know every detail yet. I will recognize the next step. I will remain available to good. This calm expectancy becomes magnetic because it changes the whole way you move through life. Fear repels opportunities by causing hesitation, avoidance, desperation, and poor judgment. Faith creates receptivity. The faithful person notices, responds, prepares, communicates, takes intelligent risks, recovers more quickly. This is the practical dimension of magnetic faith. Imagine two people receiving the same unexpected invitation. One immediately thinks, something must be wrong. They delay. They overthink. They never answer. The second person pauses, evaluates it wisely, senses it is right, and says yes. The opportunity existed for both. The inner posture influenced who could receive it. So when we speak of becoming a magnet for good, do not imagine yourself as a passive object waiting for wealth to fly into your hands. Think of magnetic faith as an inner alignment that allows you to recognize and cooperate with good. There was a man who spent years running after every promise of quick wealth, every new method, every exciting venture, every supposed shortcut. He chased because he feared. He moved constantly, but there was no center inside him. Eventually, he became exhausted. Then he learned to reverse the pattern. Instead of asking, what can I chase next? He began asking, what do I actually believe? He discovered that underneath all his activity was a conviction that supply was always disappearing. So he began establishing another consciousness. He affirmed that divine supply was dependable, that he could be guided, that the right opportunity did not require panic. At first, the words were mechanical, but repetition gradually changed his posture. His mind became less frantic. His body relaxed. His decisions improved. And when he was no longer chasing every shiny possibility, he became able to recognize better opportunities. This is an important lesson. Sometimes the abundance you desire cannot enter because your hands are full of desperation. Release the grasping. Sigh. My faith is steady and receptive. I am aligned with right opportunities. I do not chase from fear. I move when guided. I recognize the good that belongs to me. My right supply reaches me through harmonious channels. This is magnetic faith. It is not a demand that the universe obey ego. It is an alignment with divine order so stable that fear stops sabotaging your response to good. And now comes another key idea. The channels of supply are not limited to the ones you currently know. A man came burdened by financial pressure. For years he had tried to pry open prosperity through sheer force. He believed every result depended entirely upon relentless pushing. His mind was filled with blocked doors. No money, no opportunity, no way. Notice what he was visualizing. Closed channels. So every day his mental world reinforced. There is nowhere for supply to come from. He was instructed to establish another image. Open channels. Not one channel. Many. He began declaring that the right pathways for his prosperity were opening. He repeated this until the inner picture changed. Then, according to the story, one avenue of provision appeared. A forgotten investment became available. Then another. A former business connection returned with a proposal. The exact outer details matter less than the spiritual principle. Do not decide in advance that you know every possible route your good can use. There may be money owed to you, a new client, a forgotten asset, a different job, a collaboration, a product, an idea, a licensing opportunity, a skill you can monetize, a negotiation you have been avoiding, a cost you can remove, a resource you can use differently, a connection you have not considered. Divine supply may use ordinary channels in unexpected combinations. So say, every right channel of supply is now open to me. Divine intelligence reveals opportunities I have not yet considered. I recognize them clearly. I act upon them wisely. No single human channel is my source. Infinite intelligence can create new pathways. This is freedom. If one client leaves, you do not say, "My prosperity has left." If one employer says no, you do not say, "My future is over." If one plan fails, you do not say, "There is no way." You say, "That channel is closed. Show me the right one." Then listen. This is spiritual dominion in its healthy sense. Dominion is not controlling people. It is not manipulating events. It is not pretending consequences do not exist. Dominion means refusing to allow fear to govern your consciousness. You govern your speech. You govern your response. You govern what you repeatedly imagine. You govern the actions within your responsibility. You do not control the entire world, but you do not surrender your inner throne to every appearance either. That is sovereignty. A bill arrives. You do not collapse. You examine it. You take action. Then you declare, "This obligation is handled in divine order. I am shown exactly what to do." A payment is delayed. You follow up responsibly. Then you say, "Right compensation reaches me through right action and right channels." A business month is slow. You do not chant while ignoring reality. You review, adjust, create, reach out, improve, and through all of it, you maintain. My supply is greater than this temporary appearance. This combination is powerful. Faith without action becomes fantasy. Action without faith becomes exhaustion. Faith plus right action becomes alignment. And now we reach a discipline that must accompany all of this. Guard your everyday speech, because there is little value in making one magnificent declaration in the morning and contradicting it 20 times before lunch. Watch your casual phrases. I am ruined. I am dying. This business is dead. No one has money. The economy will destroy everything. I will never recover. Perhaps you say them dramatically, perhaps jokingly, but repeated speech shapes emotional atmosphere. You do not have to become frightened of every accidental sentence. Simply become conscious. Correct it. If you say, "I will never afford this," pause. Replace it. "This may not be my purchase today, but divine supply is not limited." If you say, "Business is terrible," correct. Business is changing, and I am guided toward better strategies and right customers. If you say, "I am broke," replace. "I am rebuilding my financial life wisely, and new supply is welcome." Notice how the correction does not require dishonesty. It requires direction. You are choosing language that leaves the future open. The subconscious cannot thrive under endless contradiction. One voice says, "I prosper." The other says, "I am doomed." One says, "I am guided." The other says, "Nothing ever works." Choose which voice becomes dominant. You are not required to never feel fear. You are required to stop making fear your prophet. So cleanse the language of your home, not by policing everyone anxiously. Begin with yourself. Speak blessing over what you possess. Bless your work. Bless your money. Bless your customers. Bless your home. Bless every payment you make. When money leaves for a useful purpose, say, I give thanks that I have the means to exchange value. When money arrives, say, I receive this gratefully and use it wisely. When you look into your wallet, do not curse it. Sigh, this is a channel, not my source. My supply is continually renewed. When you see a bill, I give thanks for divine wisdom concerning this obligation. When fear returns, I refuse to rehearse disaster. I expect guidance. This is how spiritual dominion becomes practical. Not loudness, not fantasy, consistency. You are retraining the atmosphere within. And from that atmosphere, better choices become easier. So let these declarations close this stage. I recognize the abundance already present in seed form. I am the voice of prosperity in my life. My words agree with faith, wisdom, gratitude, and right action. I release comparison completely. Another person's success cannot reduce my own. My path is unique, divinely ordered, and sufficient. My faith is calm, magnetic, and receptive. I do not chase from fear. I move when divine intelligence guides me. Every right channel of supply is open. New channels are revealed at the perfect time. I govern my speech instead of allowing appearances to govern me. I speak blessing over my money, my work, my ideas, and my future. I am not a servant of fear. I am a steward of divine supply. Hold that final sentence, because the next movement of this teaching goes deeper still. Now, we turn from general prosperity consciousness toward the specific laws governing the spoken word, the cleansing of old poverty declarations, the command of financial circumstances, and the deeper discipline required to prevent old subconscious patterns from canceling the new decree. That is the next doorway. Erase the old financial record completely. You have already begun speaking a new language, but now we must go beneath language. We must reach the place where old language was stored, the subconscious mind, for it is possible to consciously say, I trust divine supply, while deep within, an older voice still answers. Money is difficult. There is never enough. You must work yourself to exhaustion. You cannot relax. If you stop pushing, everything will collapse. These beliefs may have lived within you for years. Some may not even feel like beliefs anymore. They may feel like facts. Perhaps you heard them as a child. Money doesn't grow on trees. Rich people are lucky. We can't afford that. People like us never have much. You must struggle for everything. Nothing comes easily. Perhaps nobody deliberately taught you poverty consciousness. Perhaps they were simply repeating what had been taught to them. Fear can travel through generations disguised as practical wisdom. A parent worries because their parent worried. A child watches. The child learns not only the words, but the emotional posture. Bills arrive, and everyone becomes tense. Money leaves, and everyone becomes afraid. An unexpected expense appears, and the household language becomes catastrophic. The child grows older carrying the same internal atmosphere. Then one day that child becomes an adult and says, I don't understand why money makes me so anxious. But the record has been playing for years. This is why changing your financial consciousness is not merely about saying more positive sentences. You are replacing an old record. The grooves may be deep, but deep does not mean permanent. Recognize the old voice for what it is. Programming, not prophecy. Memory, not divine decree. Conditioning, not destiny. When the old record says, you will never have enough, you do not need to debate with it for an hour. You answer, that is an old belief. It no longer governs my life. When it says, money must always come through struggle, answer, I welcome prosperity through wisdom, service, inspired work, and divine right action. When it says, if one source disappears, I am finished, answer, my source is greater than any channel. When it says, you are too late, answer, my right opportunity remains available in divine order. Imagine every correction as a chisel striking an old inscription. Not violently, consistently, one false sentence removed, one true sentence established. Again, again, again. Eventually, the old inscription becomes faint, and the new one becomes natural. Sigh. I now release every inherited belief in poverty, limitation, fear, and struggle. I release every financial sentence I accepted before I understood its power. I forgive those who taught me from their fear. Their fear does not have to become my future. My subconscious mind is now receptive to wisdom, abundance, peace, and divine supply. Feel the compassion in that. You do not need to blame your family. They may have done the best they knew, but you also do not need to carry every belief they carried. You can bless them and still choose differently. You can honor your past without repeating it. This matters because resentment itself creates another chain. So say, I release the past without anger. I keep the wisdom and discard the limitation. A new financial consciousness is established in me now. Then create a new inner picture. Do not imagine prosperity only as piles of money. Imagine stability. See yourself looking at your finances without fear. Imagine opening a bill calmly. Imagine knowing exactly what you owe and exactly what you have. Imagine saving. Imagine giving. Imagine receiving. Imagine paying. Imagine investing wisely. Imagine having margin. Imagine opportunities arriving. Imagine yourself saying no to foolish financial choices because desperation no longer controls you. That is wealth consciousness too. A peaceful relationship with money may be a greater transformation than simply possessing more money. Because if fear remains, 10 times the money can create 10 times the anxiety. Prosperity consciousness says, I can be trusted with increase. I can use resources wisely. I can receive without guilt. I can give without fear. I can plan without panic. I can enjoy without worshiping. I can save without hoarding. I can circulate without becoming reckless. This is mature abundance. So repeat, my subconscious is being renewed. I am safe in divine order. I am capable of wise stewardship. I receive good with gratitude. I use good with intelligence. I release good without fear. My financial life becomes increasingly orderly, peaceful, and prosperous. Do not demand that every inner change happen in one dramatic moment. Some transformations arrive suddenly. Others arrive through repeated correction. Both are valid. The important thing is that you remain faithful to the new pattern. There may be days when the old record sounds loud. That does not mean you failed. It means you noticed it. And noticing is progress. The unconscious becomes conscious before it can be changed. So if tomorrow you catch yourself saying, I am doomed, smile inwardly and say, ah, there is the old record again. Then replace it. I am guided. I have options. A right solution exists. You are no longer asleep inside the old programming. You are choosing. And once consciousness is being renewed, something else becomes essential. Because words without appropriate movement can remain only words. Spiritual law must meet action, but not frantic action, not action born from fear. There is another kind, divine right action. The law of divine right action. There is a difference between movement and direction. Many people are moving constantly. They are exhausted, busy, answering, running, planning, starting, stopping, pushing. But movement alone does not guarantee progress. A person can run very fast in the wrong direction. This is why right action matters more than frantic action. Divine right action is the principle that there is a suitable next step for you, and that spiritual intelligence can help you recognize it. Sometimes that step is dramatic. Often it is simple. Call this person. Do not sign yet. Finish the work. Send the proposal. Wait one more day. Leave that opportunity. Accept this one. Ask the question. Go to the meeting. Stay home tonight. Learn the skill. Close the project. Begin again. The reasoning mind likes complete maps. Intuition often offers one instruction, and that is enough. Think of walking at night with a lantern. You may only see a few feet ahead. Yet as you move, more road appears. You do not need daylight across the entire journey. You need enough light for the next faithful step. Many people delay prosperity because they insist on understanding the whole plan before obeying the first instruction. They say, "How will this lead to money? How will that person help me? What if this does not work? Why should I take this route?" But divine guidance is not always accompanied by a written explanation. Sometimes you simply know, this is the next right thing. Learn to respect that quiet knowing. Divine right action stands in contrast to chasing paths born from desperation. That distinction is crucial. One opportunity can look profitable and still feel deeply wrong. Another can look ordinary, yet carry peace. One job may offer more money, but violate your values. Another may appear modest, yet lead toward greater alignment. One partnership may look glamorous, but produce confusion from the beginning. Another may begin quietly and grow in harmony. Do not use money as the only measurement of right action. Prosperity that destroys your peace is expensive. Prosperity that requires dishonesty is not prosperity. Prosperity that destroys your health may be a poor bargain. Prosperity that demands you become someone you cannot respect is not abundance. True prosperity has harmony in it. So before important decisions, ask, does this path carry peace beneath the excitement? Does it require me to violate integrity? Am I choosing this because I am guided or because I am afraid? Am I running towards something right or running away from anxiety? Would I still consider this opportunity if I were not terrified about money? These questions clarify consciousness. There was a woman who felt persistently drawn toward a different kind of work. Her current path had become barren. Friends did not understand the new direction. Ordinary reasoning resisted it. Yet the inner prompting continued. Eventually she followed it. New patrons appeared. New forms of provision became available. The lesson is not that you should abandon a job whenever you feel bored. The lesson is that intuition deserves a place alongside logic. Wisdom uses both. Logic examines. Intuition directs. Experience tests. Faith moves. Sigh. Infinite intelligence directs my steps. I recognize the right action at the right time. I do not move from panic. I do not remain still from fear. I move when the way becomes inwardly clear. Notice that last sentence. Sometimes fear says, move immediately. Sometimes fear says, never move. Both can be fear. Guidance is different. It may ask you to move quickly. It may ask you to wait. But beneath it, there is usually an unusual steadiness. This is why peace is such a valuable indicator. When faced with a decision, become still, not forever. Long enough to hear, you can say, Infinite Spirit, reveal my next right step. Then stop talking. Listen. Perhaps nothing comes immediately. That is acceptable. You are not ordering an answer from a machine. Remain receptive. Then notice what arises throughout the day. A thought, a conversation, a repeated idea, a quiet inner certainty, a practical fact you had overlooked. Guidance can arrive through ordinary means. The spiritual mind does not need to make everything supernatural. Sometimes divine intelligence uses a spreadsheet. Sometimes a trusted advisor. Sometimes an accountant. Sometimes a doctor. Sometimes a contract clause. Sometimes a sudden intuitive feeling. Sometimes a closed door. Sometimes an open one. Remain teachable. Then when the step becomes clear, act. Faith that never moves can become spiritual procrastination. You can affirm abundance for months while refusing to send the application. You can pray for clients while never offering your service. You can ask for an audience while never publishing the work. You can declare financial freedom while refusing to examine your spending. That is not alignment. Divine right action gives feet to faith. Sigh. Every action I take in faith is guided toward my right good. I meet the right people. I recognize the right opportunities. I am led toward work that expresses value and receives proper reward. My timing is intelligent. My decisions are calm. My path becomes clear one step at a time. Now consider the opposite. How many people have confused exhaustion with righteousness? They believe if they are suffering, they must be progressing. If work feels crushing, it must be valuable. If there is no peace, they must simply push harder. But there is no spiritual virtue in pointless exhaustion. Hard work can be honorable. Discipline matters. Skill requires effort. Great work can demand concentration and sacrifice. The teaching is not against effort. It is against misdirected effort born from fear. There is an enormous difference. A musician practicing for hours because they love the craft may be working intensely without inner struggle. An entrepreneur building something meaningful may work long days and still feel aligned. A parent caring for a family may become tired but remain deeply purposeful. Effort itself is not the enemy. The enemy is the belief that pain proves worth, that you must always suffer to receive. That ease is suspicious. That guidance is laziness. That rest is failure. Release this. You are allowed to become efficient. You are allowed to discover a better method. You are allowed to earn more by creating greater value rather than merely spending more hours. You are allowed to let technology help. You are allowed to delegate. You are allowed to change direction. You are allowed to stop doing something that produces nothing except exhaustion. Divine right action asks, what is actually mine to do? And then, what is not mine to do anymore? Both questions matter. Sometimes prosperity increases because you add something. Sometimes because you stop something, a wrong obligation, a draining commitment, a bad business model, an unnecessary expense, a fruitless argument, a project whose season is over. There is wisdom in subtraction. So before your day begins, you may speak, divine intelligence directs my work today. I know what deserves my energy. I know what can be released. I know when to act, when to wait, and when to change direction. My work is effective because it is aligned. I am not busy for the sake of being busy. I am productive in the ways that serve divine order. Then act. Do the next right thing. You do not need to conquer the whole future this morning. Stop worshiping struggle. One of the deepest illusions in prosperity consciousness is the idea that struggle itself creates worth. The world often praises exhaustion. People say proudly, I never rest. I work 7 days a week. I sleep 4 hours. I have no time for myself. These things are sometimes spoken as evidence of seriousness. But exhaustion does not automatically mean effectiveness. Being overwhelmed does not automatically mean you are important. Being busy does not automatically mean you are productive. And suffering does not automatically mean you are spiritually faithful. There is a subtle pride in struggle. The ego says, look how much I carry. Look how hard everything is for me. Look how desperately I fight. Then struggle becomes identity. And once struggle becomes identity, ease feels threatening. A solution appears, and you distrust it because it seems too simple. Someone offers help, and you refuse because you believe you must do everything alone. A better method appears, and you remain loyal to the difficult one because difficulty feels familiar. A wrong job offers security but consumes your spirit, and you remain because uncertainty feels more frightening than misery. This is the bondage created by the old pattern. Not work. Bondage to work. Not responsibility. Bondage to fear. Not persistence. Bondage to a path that no longer fits. There is a difference between perseverance and refusal to listen. Perseverance says, I remain faithful to the good. Stubbornness says, it must come through this exact door. Perseverance says, I will continue toward the goal. Fear says, I will continue doing this same failing thing because changing frightens me. That distinction can save years. Ask yourself, is this difficult because growth requires courage? Or difficult because I am forcing what no longer belongs? Both can feel uncomfortable. Only stillness reveals the difference. Sometimes you must continue through temporary difficulty. A business takes time to grow. A skill takes time to master. A relationship requires difficult conversations. Financial recovery requires discipline. Not every obstacle means leave, but neither does every obstacle mean push harder. This is why divine guidance is essential. Without it, spiritual teaching can become simplistic. With it, you ask, what is this difficulty asking me to learn? Should I persist, change strategy, or release? What does wisdom say? What do the facts say? What does intuition say? What produces peace after honest examination? That is mature discernment. Another form of struggle consciousness is control. You decide exactly how everything must happen, exactly who must say yes, exactly when money must arrive, exactly which business must succeed, exactly which relationship must stay. Then every deviation creates panic. But control is often fear wearing armor. It says, if I do not manage every variable, I will not be safe. Yet no human being controls every variable. Markets change, people change, bodies change, technology changes, opportunities emerge, plans fail, unexpected events happen. Trying to dominate all uncertainty produces exhaustion. Divine alignment offers another posture. Plan carefully, act wisely, then release what is beyond your control. You can say, I do my part fully, and I release the outcome to divine order. That is not passivity, it is sanity. You prepare the soil, you plant the seed, you water. You cannot stand over the seed screaming at it to grow faster. There is a time for action. There is a time for allowing. The spiritually mature person learns both. So release the belief that your good must arrive through pain. Sigh, I am willing to prosper through intelligent, meaningful, inspired work. I release useless struggle. I release frantic motion. I release the need to control every outcome. I welcome efficiency, wisdom, cooperation, timing, and grace. I am guided toward actions that produce real value. Perhaps you need to hear this. Rest can be part of prosperity. Silence can be productive. Thinking can be work. Learning can be work. Recovery can be necessary. Waiting for clarity can save you from an expensive mistake. You do not have to be in motion every second to prove your faith. The farmer does not dig up the seed every night, because nothing visible happened during the day. There are invisible stages of growth. So when you have done what is yours to do, rest. Let tomorrow reveal tomorrow's step. This releases tremendous pressure. And when pressure decreases, intuition becomes clearer. Fear screams. Wisdom often whispers. You cannot hear the whisper if the machinery of anxiety is running day and night. Create silence. Then say, I release the belief that struggle is my source. Divine intelligence is my guide. Right work is revealed. Right action is revealed. Right timing is revealed. I act with courage and then rest in faith. This prepares us for the third great principle, because even after you speak rightly and act rightly, you may still block your good by resisting life itself. You may still be gripping something that needs to be released. That is why we now turn to non-resistance. The law of non-resistance. Non-resistance is one of the most misunderstood spiritual principles. It does not mean allowing abuse. It does not mean abandoning boundaries. It does not mean ignoring injustice. It does not mean refusing legal, medical, financial, or practical help when it is needed. Non-resistance concerns the inner warfare that consumes consciousness. You can take firm external action without becoming inwardly poisoned by hatred and fear. You can say no without hatred. You can leave without vengeance. You can defend yourself without making the conflict the center of your identity. You can pursue a legitimate claim while refusing to let resentment possess your entire life. That is non-resistance. Resistance is the clenched inner fist. It says, this should not be happening. This person must change before I can have peace. I cannot move forward until they admit they were wrong. I refuse to release this, because then they will win. I must force life to return exactly what I lost. Do you see the trap? Your peace becomes dependent on another person. Your future becomes chained to the past. You cannot move because your attention remains fixed on what should have happened. Non-resistance breaks the chain. It says, I will take whatever right action is necessary, but I refuse to make this event my master. I release the emotional battle. My good is greater than what was lost. My future does not depend upon revenge. This is strength. Sometimes the greatest victory is no longer needing the enemy to lose. Imagine carrying a hot coal because you want to throw it at someone. You are the first person burned. Resentment is similar. The other person may not even know you are angry. Meanwhile, your mind rehearses the event every day. Again, again, again. You become loyal to the wound. Release does not say the wrong was right. It says, I refuse to keep paying for it. That is spiritual economy. Sigh. I release every unnecessary battle from my consciousness. I take right action where action is needed, and I release hatred, fear, and revenge. No person has power to separate me from my rightful good. My peace is rooted in divine order. This applies to money. Someone may owe you money. A deal may have failed. A client may have treated you unfairly. A business partner may have disappointed you. You may need a lawyer. You may need documentation. You may need negotiation. Take appropriate action, but do not spend every waking hour spiritually chained to the conflict. You can pursue justice without worshiping the dispute. You can say, this matter is resolved in the right way. I am guided toward wise action. I release obsessive resistance. My supply is greater than this one situation. That last sentence is especially important. If one person owes you money, do not turn that person into your source. You may rightly seek repayment, but simultaneously remember, your entire prosperity is not imprisoned inside their decision. This loosens fear. Non-resistance also applies to change. Many people pray for a new life while clinging desperately to everything from the old one. They want a new career, but refuse to release an outdated identity. They want a peaceful relationship, but remain attached to chaos. They want financial freedom, but continue habits that created instability. They want new opportunities, but fill every hour with commitments that leave no room. They ask, where is the new? While both hands are gripping the old. Sometimes abundance requires empty space. A closet must be cleared, a schedule simplified, a relationship released, a business model retired, an old belief buried, a useless possession given away, a commitment completed, a grievance forgiven, a door closed. Then space appears. And this leads directly to the companion principle of non-resistance. Substitution. Substitution. Never leave the inner space empty. When you remove an old thought, replace it. When you release an old identity, establish another. When you stop saying, I am broke, do not leave silence filled with anxiety. Replace it. I am rebuilding in divine order and increasing in wisdom and supply. When you release, nothing ever works. Substitute. A right solution is available to me now. When you release, I have lost everything. Substitute. What is truly mine can be restored in a higher and more harmonious form. This is the law of substitution. The mind dislikes a vacuum. If you merely say, I must stop worrying, what will the mind think instead? Usually more worry. But if you say, when worry appears, I give thanks for 3 things already working, you have created a replacement. This is practical spiritual psychology. You do not only remove, you install fear out, faith in, resentment out, peace in, scarcity language out, gratitude in, obsession out, right action in, old identity out, divine self-respect in. Consider someone leaving a draining job. If they leave saying, I am doomed, there is nothing for me, The physical departure may occur while the old consciousness remains. But if departure is accompanied by, I release what no longer fits and prepare myself for right work, right compensation, and right opportunity, the inner space receives a new pattern. This does not guarantee instant employment, but it prevents the mind from interpreting release only as catastrophe. Similarly, when a relationship ends, substitution does not require you to pretend you are not grieving. You can grieve and still say, I release what is complete. I welcome peace, healing, and relationships aligned with mutual good. Spiritual substitution is not emotional denial. It is direction. You allow the feeling, but you do not turn the feeling into prophecy. You may feel loss. You do not have to declare, I will always be alone. You may feel financial fear. You do not have to declare, I will never recover. You may feel disappointed. You do not have to declare, my life is ruined. Feelings are experiences. Words can become instructions. Choose carefully. Now, consider the idea of divine compensation, that what appears lost can be replaced by something better, aligned with your good. Treat this not as a demand for a specific object to be magically duplicated, but as a spiritual willingness to believe that loss does not end the possibility of good. You can say, I am divinely compensated for every experience that has released me from what was no longer mine. The space now opens for greater wisdom, peace, opportunity, and prosperity. That is powerful because it turns attention forward. Suppose a business fails. The old mind says, everything is over. Substitution asks, what did I learn? What skill remains? What relationships remain? What assets remain? What mistake will I never repeat? What opportunity is now possible because I am no longer trapped inside the old model? The business may be gone. The value extracted from the experience can remain. That is compensation. Suppose an investment loses money. You do not need to pretend the loss never happened, but you can say, I will learn. I will become wiser. I will not allow one loss to define my entire financial future. This is spiritual resilience. So every time an ending appears, practice asking, what can now enter? Not anxiously, curiously. What new room has been created? What does this release make possible? There is immense power in those questions. Clear your environment as well. Not because throwing away a chair magically produces money, but because physical order can reinforce inner order. Release objects you genuinely no longer need. Give useful things where they can serve. Organize financial documents. Cancel subscriptions that provide no value. Close accounts you no longer use. Finish unfinished obligations. Clear the desk. Create space. As you do, say, I release what has completed its purpose. I make room for the new. My life is orderly, spacious, and receptive. This is substitution embodied in action. Be careful, however. Do not use spiritual teaching to make impulsive decisions. Do not abruptly leave employment, end relationships, abandon treatment, or give away essential resources simply because you want to prove faith. True divine right action remains intelligent. Faith and wisdom are friends. The central principle is internal freedom. You do not cling from terror. You do not release from recklessness. You listen, discern, then act. And once you release, you refuse to worship the empty space. You fill it with a higher expectation. Sigh, I release in peace. I receive in peace. I do not fear the space between endings and beginnings. Divine order operates even in transition. Every empty place in my life becomes available for higher good. The more often you practice this, the less frightening change becomes. And when change no longer terrifies you, your life becomes far more flexible. Prosperity loves flexibility. You can pivot, adapt, learn, release, receive. You are no longer dragging yesterday behind you. Reprogram yourself for release. Perhaps you understand non-resistance intellectually, but the body may still tighten. That is normal. You decide, I will let this go. Then fear says, what if nothing replaces it? You leave one opportunity. Fear says, what if that was the last one? You consider changing direction. Fear says, what if you regret it? This is where the subconscious must again be trained. For years it may have learned, loss equals danger. Change égale danger. Uncertainty equals danger. Release equals danger. So you need a new association. Release can also mean freedom. Change can mean growth. An ending can mean completion. Space can mean possibility. Sigh, I am safe during change. I am guided during transition. I do not lose my source when a channel changes. Divine supply remains constant even when outer forms change. This is a profound declaration. Your source remains. The form can change. A job can end. Your ability to create value remains. A client can leave. Your capacity to attract new clients remains. A home can change. Your inner capacity for belonging remains. A relationship can end. Your capacity to love remains. A plan can fail. Divine intelligence remains. So train your nervous system as well as your vocabulary. When anxiety rises, slow the breath. Place a hand over your heart if that helps. Then say, I do not need to solve my entire future in this moment. I am safe enough to take the next wise step. This is quieter than many dramatic prosperity affirmations, but it may be exactly what the subconscious needs. You are teaching it that uncertainty does not equal destruction. Then visualize release. See yourself opening your hands, not empty in despair, open, ready. Imagine placing an old burden down. Walk away lighter. Then see another good emerging, not necessarily the exact form, but the quality, peace, stability, right work, supportive people, financial order, creative expression, healthier rhythms. Let the mind rehearse transition without catastrophe. This is important because many people repeatedly visualize only what will go wrong if they release. What if I leave and fail? What if I say no and lose everything? What if I stop fighting and they take advantage? What if I change and regret it? You are mentally rehearsing disaster. Give the subconscious another film. What if I release and discover peace? What if another door opens? What if my energy returns? What if the lesson was complete? What if divine intelligence has already prepared a better direction? You are not claiming certainty about the exact outcome. You are restoring possibility, and possibility allows faith to breathe. Sigh, I release what is complete. I bless what is leaving. I welcome what is coming. I trust myself to recognize divine guidance. I trust divine order through every transition. Eventually, release begins to feel less like death and more like movement. This is when the third law becomes natural. You no longer need to force yourself to let go. You recognize when a season is complete. You bless it. You move. The three laws work together. Now bring everything together. The first law, the spoken word. Your words establish direction in consciousness. They reveal what you repeatedly accept. They plant seeds in the subconscious. So guard your language. Speak faith more often than fear. Speak possibility more often than defeat. Speak blessing over money rather than resentment. The second law, divine right action. Words must be accompanied by movement when movement is required. Listen, discern, then act. Do not confuse panic with guidance. Do not confuse endless busyness with progress. Let your feet follow the consciousness your words establish. The third law, non-resistance and substitution. Release inner warfare. Stop clinging to expired forms. Remove the old pattern and immediately establish the new. When fear says loss, speak restoration. When resentment says fight forever, choose peace and right action. When the past says cling, make room for divine order. These three principles reinforce one another. Imagine you desire a new income opportunity. First, the spoken word. I am open to right, prosperous, and meaningful work. Second, Divine right action. You update your materials. Learn. Contact people. Create. Apply. Follow intuitive leads. Third, non-resistance. You do not demand that one particular employer say yes. You do not collapse after rejection. You release wrong opportunities and continue toward right ones. Do you see how practical the laws become? Another example. You have debt. The spoken word. I am moving into financial order and complete freedom. Divine right action. You examine the numbers. Prioritize obligations. Negotiate where appropriate. Increase income. Reduce waste. Seek professional guidance if necessary. Non-resistance. You stop hating yourself. You stop panicking over every number. You release shame and substitute wisdom. Now the spiritual teaching becomes embodied. This is far more powerful than merely repeating. Money appears because consciousness is now supported by behavior, and behavior is supported by peace. Another example. You want your business to grow. The spoken word. My work reaches its right audience and creates genuine value. Divine right action. Improve the offer. Improve the message. Publish. Test. Learn. Follow up. Listen to customers. Non-resistance. Stop trying to force every person to buy. Release ideas that do not work. Adapt without seeing adaptation as failure. That is prosperity consciousness. The laws are not separate tricks. They form a spiritual posture. Speak rightly. Move rightly. Release rightly. Then repeat. Over time, you become different. And because you become different, your relationship with circumstances changes. This is the deeper meaning of rewiring. The person who began this journey saw money through fear. Now money can be approached through stewardship. They saw opportunity through suspicion. Now through discernment. They saw rejection as doom. Now as information or redirection. They saw another person's success as threat. Now as evidence of possibility. They saw change as loss. Now as transition. They saw action as frantic pushing. Now as guided movement. They saw words as harmless. Now as patterns worth choosing carefully. This is a transformed consciousness. Sigh. My words are aligned with faith. My actions are aligned with wisdom. My heart is free from unnecessary resistance. I release what is complete and receive what is right. Divine order governs my prosperity. I am guided in earning, receiving, saving, giving, investing, and using money wisely. I am no longer ruled by fear. Pause. Feel the simplicity. Speak, act, release, receive. Again, the daily decree of divine prosperity. Now let us seal these principles with a sequence you can return to. Do not speak quickly. Let each declaration land. Begin. God is my unfailing source. Pause. My supply is not confined to one person, one employer, one client, one business, or one circumstance. Pause. Right channels of prosperity open to me through divine order. I recognize them clearly. I act upon them wisely. Now continue. Every old record of fear, scarcity, shame, and limitation loses its authority over me. I release inherited beliefs that no longer serve truth. I bless my past and choose a new financial consciousness. My subconscious is receptive to peace, wisdom, value, abundance, and right action. Then, I am guided by divine intelligence. My next right step becomes clear. I do not act from panic. I do not remain frozen by fear. I move when guided. I wait when wisdom says wait. I change direction when divine order reveals a better road. Continue. I release the worship of struggle. I no longer measure worth by exhaustion. I welcome effective, inspired, meaningful work. My efforts are focused. My timing is intelligent. My energy is used wisely. Now non-resistance. I release every unnecessary battle. I release resentment. I release the need to control every person and every outcome. I take right action and then rest in divine order. No person can separate me from the good that is truly mine. My source is greater than any temporary obstruction. Now substitution. Every thought of fear is replaced by faith. Every image of final loss is replaced by the expectation of restoration and new possibility. Every empty place becomes available for higher good. I release what is complete without terror. I receive what is right without guilt. Then, abundance. I recognize the wealth already present in my life. I recognize ideas. I recognize talent. I recognize opportunity. I recognize relationships, time, health, knowledge, creativity, and money as forms of supply. I bless what I have and prepare for increase. Now money. Money is a useful servant, not my master. I receive it gratefully. I manage it wisely. I circulate it intelligently. I save without fear. I give without compulsion. I spend with discernment. I welcome honest and abundant compensation for the value I create. Now confidence. I am in my right place at the right time. I cannot miss the good that belongs to my divine pattern. Another person's success cannot diminish mine. There is no competition in infinite supply. I bless the prosperity of others and welcome my own. And finally, divine order now governs every area of my financial life. My words are filled with power and peace. My actions are guided. My mind is clear. My heart is free. My hands are open. I am ready to recognize, receive, and wisely use the good that comes to me. Remain quiet for a moment. You do not need to force a feeling. Perhaps you feel powerful, perhaps peaceful, perhaps nothing dramatic. That is fine. The declaration is not a performance. The work continues in the choices you make after these words end. Tomorrow morning, speak again. Then watch your language during the day. Take the step you are shown. Release what no longer belongs. When fear returns, substitute. When comparison returns, bless. When panic returns, become still. When an opportunity appears, discern. When money arrives, receive gratefully. When money leaves for a right purpose, bless the circulation. When something ends, do not immediately pronounce catastrophe. Ask, what is opening now? This is how the teaching becomes life. And remember the central truth of this entire journey. You are not attempting to bully life into giving you prosperity. You are learning to bring your consciousness, speech, action, and inner posture into greater harmony with the principle of abundance. That is where true transformation begins. So if you wish to mark this decision in your own words, write, I speak in faith, I move in divine right action, and I release all resistance to my good. Let that be your declaration, because the next stage goes even further. Now, these 3 laws of supply lead into a deeper sequence of affirmations designed to establish wealth consciousness so consistently that the old patterns of fear, debt, scarcity, and limitation are no longer allowed to reclaim the inner throne. Divine timing is not the same as human delay. There is another belief we must examine now. The belief that because something has taken a long time, it must continue taking a long time. Human consciousness tends to project yesterday into tomorrow. If you have struggled financially for 5 years, the mind assumes another 5 years of struggle. If an opportunity has been delayed for months, the mind expects more delay. If one relationship failed, the mind predicts another. If you have carried an old pattern for decades, the mind says, this is simply who I am. But the past does not possess that authority unless consciousness continues giving it authority. A long pattern can change. A deeply rooted belief can be questioned. One decision can alter direction. One conversation can open a door. One insight can prevent years of repeating the same mistake. One courageous act can begin an entirely different chapter. This is what we mean when we speak of divine timing. Divine timing is not procrastination painted with spiritual language. It is not sitting passively and saying, if God wants it, something will eventually happen. nor is it demanding that life obey an arbitrary deadline. Divine timing is the recognition that a right development can sometimes occur far more quickly than human reasoning expects once the necessary alignment is present. Think of water approaching the boiling point. For several minutes, very little appears to change. Then, suddenly, there is visible transformation, but the visible change was prepared by invisible increase. The same can happen in consciousness. For weeks, you may be correcting your language, listening more carefully, taking better actions, releasing fear, building skill, strengthening faith. Nothing dramatic seems to happen. Then one day, the opportunity appears. To someone watching from the outside, it looks sudden. To you, it was being prepared long before. Do not confuse invisible preparation with inactivity. And do not confuse waiting with failure. Notice the timeless quality of spiritual truth. Human clocks measure chronological time, but truth itself is not weakened by age. A principle does not become less true because centuries pass. Faith remains faith. Wisdom remains wisdom. Cause still produces effect. A seed still follows its nature. So when you align yourself with a spiritual principle today, you do not have to say, "I have spent too many years doing the opposite, therefore change is impossible." No, begin now. This moment is sufficient for a new direction. Sigh. The past does not imprison my future. I release the belief that change must always be slow. Divine intelligence can reveal in one moment what fear concealed for years. My right good unfolds according to divine order. There is an important distinction here. You do not command clocks. You command your relationship with waiting. You command your own language, your own expectations, your own decisions, your own willingness to act. The old consciousness says, "I have waited so long. Nothing will ever change." The renewed consciousness says, "I do not know exactly when or how, but I refuse to use yesterday as proof against tomorrow." That sentence alone restores possibility. Jericho becomes an image of a wall collapsing after faith-filled obedience. Whatever one believes about the metaphysical interpretation, the image is powerful. A wall that has stood for years can still fall. So ask yourself, what wall have I declared permanent? Debt? Fear? Self-doubt? A career ceiling? A scarcity habit? A belief about age? A belief about education? A belief about what someone from your background can achieve? Perhaps you have repeatedly said, "That is simply how my life is." Do not sentence yourself so quickly. Say instead, "This is how it has been." It is not necessarily how it must remain. Feel the difference. One is a prison. The other is a doorway. And now imagine that time itself is not your enemy. You do not need to fight the calendar. You do not need to panic over age. You do not need to condemn yourself because another person arrived sooner. Your task is to become deeply present to this day, because today's action is the only action available. Today's word is the only word you can speak. Today's decision is the only decision you can make. Today's faith is the faith you can practice. So declare, "I am present now. I am guided now. I am available to opportunity now. I take the right action now. I release unnecessary delay now." Whatever can rightly change begins changing now, under grace and in perfect ways. Do not use now as pressure. Use it as presence. Not, "It must all happen before midnight," but, "I stop postponing my alignment." That is the real reset, the 48-hour reset. Now consider an intense idea, a 48-hour period of deliberate spiritual focus. Not because the number itself possesses magical power, not because life can be forced into a guaranteed deadline, but because a defined period can interrupt years of unconscious living. For 48 hours, become exceptionally aware. Aware of your words, aware of your reactions, aware of your fears, aware of what you expect, aware of the opportunities appearing around you, aware of the guidance within you. Treat these 48 hours as a spiritual experiment. For 2 days, refuse to rehearse disaster. For 2 days, catch the old language whenever it appears. For 2 days, stop saying, "It will never work. I am stuck. Nothing changes. There is no way. I am unlucky." Instead, substitute, "A right way is being revealed. I am receptive to divine guidance. This condition can change. I expect movement toward good. I am available to opportunities I may previously have overlooked." This is your 48-hour reset, not a countdown of desperation, a period of concentrated consciousness. Consider a woman whose life seemed blocked in several areas: finance, health, relationships. She felt that repeated effort had produced little visible change. Her most dangerous condition was not merely the outer difficulty. It was the conclusion forming inside her. What is the point? Hopelessness had begun to replace expectancy. Then she made an inner decision. She would stop allowing current appearances to dictate every expectation about the future. She began speaking differently. She began relating to life differently. And according to the narrative, rapid changes followed in several areas of her life. Treat that story as an illustration of the central principle. A shift in consciousness can sometimes precede surprisingly fast outer changes. But do not turn another person's story into a medical or financial guarantee. Your path is your path. The deeper question is, what could change in 48 hours if you stopped feeding the old pattern? Perhaps no $1 million arrives, but maybe something equally important happens. You finally send the email. You receive an idea. You recognize the solution to a problem. You stop avoiding your financial numbers. You schedule the appointment you have postponed. You apologize. You forgive. You end a useless argument. You recognize that a particular opportunity is wrong. You contact someone. You create something. You sleep without spending 3 hours rehearsing fear. Do not underestimate these shifts. A new direction often begins quietly. So for the next symbolic 48 hours, establish one decree. I am now aligned with my highest divine good. I release delay created by fear, indecision, and false belief. I recognize and cooperate with every right opportunity appearing before me. Then breathe. Do not speak from panic. Let the words settle. Again, I am aligned with divine order now. The right changes begin now. I recognize the evidence of movement with gratitude. You are not demanding that the entire universe prove itself to you in 2 days. You are proving to yourself that you can live differently for 2 days. And if you can live differently for 48 hours, perhaps you can do it for another 48, then another. This is how identity changes, one repeated period of alignment at a time. Try this morning practice. Upon waking, before checking your phone, say, "Today I refuse to be governed by yesterday. Today I expect divine intelligence to guide me. Today I notice opportunities. Today I speak deliberately. Today I act upon clear guidance." At midday, ask yourself, what have I been saying? Have I returned to fear? Have I spent the morning complaining? Have I repeated old predictions? Correct without self-condemnation. Sigh. I return to alignment now. Then, in the evening, review. What did I notice? What felt different? Did a new idea appear? Did an unexpected conversation occur? Did I make a wiser decision? Did I feel more peaceful? Did I recognize a fear that has controlled me? Did I take an action I had postponed? Write these things down. This prevents you from overlooking the early evidence of transformation, simply because it did not arrive in the form you originally demanded. You may discover that the first miracle is awareness, the second is courage, the third is action, and outer results grow from there. Now speak. Within this period of focused faith, I welcome clear signs of movement toward my good. I remain open without becoming anxious. I expect without grasping. I act without forcing. I trust without becoming passive. That is the balance. Faith, expectancy, action, release. Your new identity cannot be built on the old story. After changing the word, change the identity behind the word, because you can repeat, I am prosperous, while secretly continuing to see yourself as the person who always loses. Eventually, the deeper identity wins. So ask, who am I becoming? Do not answer merely with financial labels. Go deeper. I am becoming someone who keeps promises to myself. I am becoming someone who handles money clearly. I am becoming someone who expects solutions. I am becoming someone who trusts intuition while using wisdom. I am becoming someone who finishes. I am becoming someone who receives without guilt. I am becoming someone who can prosper without becoming arrogant. This is identity work. The old identity may have been the struggler, the overlooked one, the unlucky one, the victim, the person who always starts over, the person nobody values, the person who never has enough. You may have repeated these stories so often that they became familiar companions. But familiarity does not make them sacred. You are allowed to outgrow your own story. Sigh. I am no longer obligated to remain the person I became under fear. That is a profound declaration. You may once have needed certain defenses, certains habits, certain ways of thinking. They helped you survive a particular season. Bless them, then release them. You do not need survival consciousness in every room of your future. We have repeatedly used the language of being master of your destiny. Take that phrase in its healthiest sense. Not that you control every event. You do not. Not that human will dominate God. It does not. Not that circumstances can never affect you. They can. Spiritual mastery means you refuse to abdicate your inner responsibility. You choose your response. You choose your words. You choose what beliefs you reinforce. You choose whether fear gets the final sentence. You choose whether to seek guidance. You choose whether to act. That is real dominion. So declare, I am no longer merely reacting to circumstances. I participate consciously in the direction of my life. I am guided by divine intelligence and responsible for the choices placed in my hands. My word is an instrument of faith. My actions are instruments of wisdom. My identity is no longer built around limitation. Now visualize yourself 6 months from today, not merely richer, different. How do you wake? How do you speak? How do you respond to an unexpected expense? How do you handle a difficult conversation? How do you approach work? How do you decide? How do you rest? How do you receive? Perhaps the future version of you does not panic at every temporary setback. Perhaps they look at the numbers. Take a breath, then solve what can be solved. Perhaps they no longer chase every opportunity. They evaluate. Perhaps they no longer compare constantly. They bless others and continue. Perhaps they no longer speak contemptuously about money. They treat it as a tool. Perhaps they no longer need prosperity to prove their worth. They already know their worth. This is the identity you cultivate now. Sigh. I operate in divine timing. I do not rush from fear. I do not postpone from fear. I am the conscious steward of my decisions. My words create direction. My faith sustains me while results are still forming. My life becomes increasingly harmonious with divine order. Here is the phrase, my word is my wand. Let us retain its spiritual meaning. A wand symbolizes direction, intention, focus. So say, my word is my wand, and I use it wisely, not to control another person, not to force a particular relationship, not to command someone else's will, but to direct your own consciousness toward truth. When your mind says, I cannot, your wand says, show me what I can do. When fear says, there is no way, your wand says, reveal the right way. When resentment says, they ruined my future, your wand says, my future remains in divine order. When scarcity says, you have nothing, your wand says, let me recognize the resources already present. This is mastery. You begin answering life from a different center, and as the inner center changes, outer behavior follows. A sequence of affirmations to seal the new pattern. Now become still. You do not need to shout. Authority is not measured by volume. Speak slowly. Allow enough silence between each sentence for the mind to receive it. Begin. I am aligned with divine timing. I release the fear that I am late. What belongs to my right path unfolds in its proper season, and I recognize my next step now. Breathe. My good approaches through grace and divine order. My true needs are met through visible and invisible channels of supply. I am increasingly receptive to abundance, peace, health-supporting choices, love, wisdom, and success. Again, I am receptive to good. I recognize good. I cooperate with good. I give thanks for good. Now, nothing in my past has authority to cancel my right future. Old failures become wisdom. Old disappointment becomes discernment. Old fear becomes deeper faith. I carry forward the lesson and release the limitation. Breathe. My word is my wand. I speak deliberately. My words reinforce courage, wisdom, gratitude, and possibility. I refuse to use my tongue against my own future. Now see yourself standing before an open road. Sigh. I am divinely guided. Every decision made in wisdom moves me toward my highest good. I recognize the right people. I recognize the right opportunities. I recognize the right timing. I recognize when to act and when to wait. Now abundance. I am receptive to honest prosperity. I create value and receive value. My right work is rewarded. My supply is greater than any single channel. New channels can open at any time through divine order. Now peace. I no longer chase my good in desperation. I prepare for it. I welcome it. I cooperate with it. I allow it. Now identity. I am not the old story. I am not permanent struggle. I am not permanent delay. I am not permanent scarcity. I am a growing, learning, guided expression of divine life. Say it again. I am not bound by yesterday. I am available to a new experience today. Now gratitude. I give thanks before I see the full answer. I give thanks for the first sign. I give thanks for the idea. I give thanks for guidance. I give thanks for every honest dollar received. I give thanks for every useful resource. I give thanks for every lesson that has made me wiser. And now, the declaration that seals this section. My destiny is placed in divine order. The old pattern is complete. A new consciousness is established in me now. I speak in faith. I move in wisdom. I receive under grace. I trust divine timing. It is done in consciousness, and I now cooperate patiently and courageously with its expression. Pause. This final sentence matters, because spiritual practice is not about saying, "Jo, it is done," and then becoming frantic about whether it is done. If you have established the word, begin living from it. Stop digging up the seed. One of the fastest ways to recreate resistance is to make a declaration and immediately begin checking for evidence. You say, "Everything is shifting." 5 minutes later, "Why hasn't anything happened?" You say, "I trust divine timing." Then you check the clock. You say, "I know the right opportunity is coming." Then you spend the day terrified that it will not. This is the spiritual equivalent of planting a seed, digging it up, examining the roots, replanting it, and repeating the process tomorrow. Leave the seed in the ground. Do the work that belongs to you. Then allow. This is surrender. Surrender does not mean abandoning desire. It means releasing compulsive control over the root. There is a beautiful image here. A river. Imagine divine supply as a wide river carrying possibilities, relationships, insights, resources, and opportunities. You step into a boat. The current begins moving. But then fear says, "I do not trust the river." So you grab the shore. Now you are in the boat, but you are refusing to move. This is what many people do spiritually. They ask for change, then cling to the conditions that must change. They ask for new work, then insist it must come through the old company. They ask for love, then demand that one particular person provide it. They ask for financial freedom, then refuse to change any financial behavior. They ask for peace, then continue feeding the conflict every morning. The boat is ready. The hands remain on the shore. Release. Sigh. I release my demand that good arrive through one specific channel. I welcome the right form. I welcome the right timing. I welcome the right people. I welcome the right solution. That is surrender. The river does not mean you do nothing. A person in a boat still pays attention. They may need to steer. They may need to avoid danger. They may need to paddle at times. Surrender is not unconscious drifting. It is cooperation with the current instead of exhausting yourself by trying to reverse it. There is a profound difference between steering and fighting the river. Steering says, I participate. Fighting says, everything must happen exactly as I demand. So ask, where am I fighting the river? A relationship? A career? A financial situation? A particular deadline? A person whose approval you desperately want? Perhaps your deeper prayer needs to become this or something better, under grace, in perfect ways. What freedom exists in those words? You state your desire. Then you leave room for divine intelligence. Sigh. I know the essence of the good I desire. I release my obsession with controlling its exact form. Divine intelligence sees farther than I do. I am willing to be surprised by good. This is one of the most mature statements you can make. I am willing to be surprised by good. Because sometimes your human plan is too small. You ask for one client. Life offers a new business. You ask for one job. Life reveals a new vocation. You ask for the return of something old. Life introduces something healthier. You ask for one solution. Divine intelligence reveals a different question entirely. Surrender leaves room, and surrender creates peace. Imagine now that boat again. Step into it. Feel the water beneath you. You do not know every bend ahead. That is all right. Sigh. I trust the next bend to reveal itself when I reach it. You are carried, not without responsibility, without unnecessary terror. You can look around, notice the beauty, listen, rest, respond. The river is moving. You do not have to manufacture the current. This is how faith matures. At first, faith says, I must speak until something happens. Later, faith says, I have spoken. Now I can listen. At first, faith says, I must command. Later, faith understands. I must also receive. At first, faith wants to control. Later, faith trusts. So let these words close this stage. I surrender to divine flow. I release fear of how and when. I remain attentive to right action. I trust divine intelligence to reveal the path. I allow opportunities to reach me through channels I have not predicted. I do not cling to the shore while asking the river to carry me. I enter the current of divine order willingly. I relax. I trust. I receive. And tomorrow morning, when your eyes open, remember, before the world tells you who you are, before yesterday's worries return, before your phone fills your mind with other people's voices, you have a moment of sacred authority. The first words of your day can establish the atmosphere in which everything else is interpreted. And that is precisely where the next teaching begins. Your first words set the inner direction of the day. Every morning contains a moment of extraordinary possibility. Before messages arrive, before demands begin, before the noise of the world enters your mind, before you remember yesterday's problems, there is a brief space in which your consciousness is still standing at the doorway of a new day. Guard that space, because many people surrender it without realizing what they are doing. They awaken and immediately remember fear, the unpaid bill, the difficult conversation, the uncertain future, the pain, the disappointment, the unanswered question. Before their feet touch the floor, they have already rehearsed yesterday, and yesterday becomes today's instruction. They say inwardly, here we go again, another difficult day. I don't know how I will get through this. I am exhausted already. Then they wonder why the day feels heavy before anything has actually happened. This does not mean that every difficult day is created by a negative morning thought. Life contains real challenges, but the way you enter a challenge matters. One person enters the morning already defeated. Another enters saying, "Whatever comes, I am guided through it." The circumstances may initially be identical. The inner posture is completely different. So, make a new agreement with yourself. Your first words will not belong to fear. Let your first conscious sentence become an act of alignment. Perhaps simply, "This is a new day, and I meet it with faith." Then breathe. Again, divine intelligence goes before me. I am guided in every decision. I expect right opportunities, right timing, and right action. There is no need for frantic intensity. You are not trying to control every event that will occur. You are setting the inner compass. A ship still meets wind. It still meets waves. But a compass prevents every wind from becoming the ship's master. Your morning word is like that compass. It says, "Whatever appears today, I will remember who I am." The fertile nature of the subconscious is especially important during these early moments. Think of the mind as soil before the day's footprints cover it. What seed will you place there? Fear? Or faith? Complaint? Or gratitude? Anticipation of disaster? Or expectancy of guidance? If you wake and immediately say, "I know today will be terrible," you have instructed attention to search for proof, and proof will be easy to find. Traffic, a rude massage, a delay, a mistake. By noon, the mind says, "See, I knew it." But suppose you begin, "Today I look for evidence of divine order." Now attention searches differently. The traffic may still occur, but perhaps you also notice the conversation you would have missed, the helpful message, the idea, the person who calls unexpectedly, the moment of peace, the solution that arrives after you stop forcing it. Attention is powerful. Your word directs attention, and attention influences experience. So tomorrow, before reaching for your phone, speak. Sigh, "I bless this day before I enter it. I expect guidance. I expect harmony. I expect to recognize my right good. I meet every challenge with wisdom greater than fear." Then stand. There may still be bills. There may still be work to do. There may still be difficult realities requiring mature action. But now you meet them from another consciousness. You are not asking the morning to prove that life is easy. You are declaring that you will not enter it powerless. There is an important difference. The fearful mind says, "Nothing bad may happen today." Faith says, "Whatever happens, divine intelligence remains available to me." One demands total control. The other possesses inner stability. Choose stability. Sigh, "My peace is not dependent upon perfect circumstances. My wisdom is available in imperfect circumstances. My supply is not cancelled by one difficult moment. My future is not defined by one day's appearance." This is morning authority, and authority does not need to shout. It needs consistency. Divine favor is an atmosphere, not a lottery. Now turn toward the image of divine favor. Favor is often misunderstood. People imagine it as luck. One person is favored. Another is forgotten. One door opens by chance. Another remains closed. But the spiritual perspective presented here is different. Favor is not random preference. It is the recognition that divine intelligence can work through people, timing, circumstances, intuition, opportunities, and unexpected forms of help. You may call it grace, providence, divine order, right coincidence, guidance. Whatever language you use, the principle is this: you do not need to walk into the day believing you are alone against the universe. That belief creates enormous tension. The moment you think, "Everything depends entirely on me," the burden becomes unbearable. You feel responsible for every variable, every person's reaction, every outcome, every timing, every future possibility. But you do not control all of that. There are things you can do. Do them well. and there are things beyond you. Release them. Favor begins with the willingness to believe, I can be helped by life. That simple belief changes how you move. You become receptive. A suggestion no longer feels like criticism. An introduction no longer seems irrelevant. A delay may reveal another path. A stranger's kindness can be received rather than distrusted. An intuition can be considered rather than ignored. Sigh. I walk today surrounded by divine favor. What might that mean practically? It may mean you speak to the right person at the right moment. You remember something important. You avoid an unnecessary mistake. A meeting is rescheduled in a way that helps you. A solution becomes obvious. You receive an answer. You discover an opportunity. You are protected from a decision that looked attractive but was wrong for you. Favor is not only getting what you wanted. Sometimes favor is what did not happen. A contract you were desperate to sign falls apart. Months later, you understand why. A relationship ends before greater damage occurs. A plan collapses and forces you toward a better one. You called it rejection. Later, you call it protection. Therefore, do not define favor too narrowly. Sigh. I welcome favorable outcomes, and I also welcome divine redirection. This is a wiser declaration. It leaves room for good you did not predict. Imagine favor as a shield. Imagine that. Not a shield that prevents every uncomfortable event, but a shield of inner awareness. You move differently when you feel protected. You do not rush into every offer because scarcity tells you this is your last chance. You can examine, discern, wait. You can say no. Fear loses leverage. Speak. Divine favor surrounds me as a shield. I am protected from wrong decisions and guided toward right ones. What belongs to my highest good finds its proper way to me. What does not belong passes peacefully from my path. There is power in that last line, because sometimes the most prosperous word is not yes, it is no. No to an exploitative opportunity. No to a financial commitment you cannot responsibly support. No to a relationship built on manipulation. No to endless work that gives no return and no meaning. No to fear disguised as urgency. Divine favor includes discernment. Now say, I do not chase every open door. I enter the right doors. Infinite intelligence distinguishes for me between appearance and opportunity. That is spiritual maturity. And when you begin walking this way, the world no longer feels entirely hostile. The old identity says, everything is against me. The new consciousness says, there are forces of good I may not yet see. This dissolves the illusion of powerlessness. You are not powerless before the day. One of the deepest habits of fear is learned helplessness. It says, this is simply what happens to me. I have no choice. My life is controlled by circumstances. Other people decide everything. Nothing I do matters. These statements can become emotional prisons. Of course, there are realities you cannot control. You did not choose every event in your life. You cannot control other people. You cannot command economies. You cannot guarantee health. You cannot prevent every loss. But the fact that you cannot control everything does not mean you control nothing. There is enormous territory between total control and total helplessness. You can choose your response, your next action, your boundaries, your language, your habits, what you learn, who you ask for help, what you stop tolerating, what you begin building, what you repeatedly focus upon. This is where spiritual authority becomes real, not domination of the universe. Participation in your own life. Fear can be understood as faith-inverted belief turned toward the negative. Consider that. Worry is often imagination used against yourself. You picture what could go wrong, then feel the emotional impact as though it has already happened. You rehearse loss, rejection, humiliation, failure. Your imagination is active. It is simply serving fear. What if that same capacity were redirected? Not toward fantasy, toward preparedness and possibility, instead of, what if everything collapses? Ask, what if I am guided through this? Instead of, what if nobody wants my work? Ask, what can I improve so the right people recognize its value? Instead of, what if I fail? Ask, what would I learn even if the first attempt fails? Now imagination becomes ally rather than enemy. So each morning, reclaim the mental stage. Sigh, I am not a powerless observer of my life. I participate consciously. I choose the quality of my response. I choose words that support courage rather than defeat. I choose actions aligned with wisdom. Consider a woman whose mornings had become rituals of defeat. She expected struggle, spoke struggle, prepared emotionally for struggle. Then she began changing the first words of the day. She chose language of order, guidance, and good. The outer world did not have to transform before the inner shift began. The shift began at the moment she stopped introducing herself to each morning as a victim. That is important. Do not wait for conditions to change before granting yourself a new identity. If you say, I will become peaceful once everything is resolved, you may wait forever. Peace itself helps you resolve things more wisely. If you say, I will believe in myself after someone validates me, you hand another person control over your internal life. Begin before the evidence, not recklessly, intentionally. Sigh, I meet today as a person capable of wise response. I do not give temporary appearances permanent authority. Fear may speak, but it does not govern. Then take action. You are not a leaf blown helplessly by every gust, but neither must you imagine you are the wind controlling every force of nature. A better image is this. You are a sailor. You cannot control the wind, but you can learn the sails. You can read conditions. You can change direction. You can seek harbor. You can wait. You can move. You can become skilled. That is spiritual agency. Use it. Become the conductor, not the noise. Now consider another rich image. Life as an orchestra. Imagine it. Thousands of instruments. Work, money, relationships, health, responsibilities, timing, ideas, other people, unexpected events. Some sounds are beautiful, some difficult, some loud, some almost silent. When consciousness is uncentered, the experience can feel like chaos. Everything seems to play at once. The email, the bill, the phone, the deadline, the argument, the unfinished task, the thought of tomorrow, the regret from yesterday. Noise. But a conductor does not create every instrument. A conductor does not personally play every note. The conductor establishes rhythm, direction, attention, timing. This is the metaphor for your morning consciousness. Your job is not to control everyone. It is to establish your inner tempo. If you begin the day frantic, everything feels urgent. If you begin with clarity, you can distinguish what actually matters. If you begin in fear, every unexpected sound becomes threat. If you begin in faith, you can listen before reacting. So take the baton. Ask, what is today's tempo? Perhaps today requires focused work. Perhaps rest. Perhaps courage. Perhaps patience. Perhaps difficult honesty. Perhaps creativity. Perhaps finishing something. You do not need the same tempo every day. Divine order has rhythm. Sigh, I conduct my day in harmony with wisdom. I do not allow noise to choose my tempo. I know what requires my attention and what can wait. Then imagine prosperity as one instrument in the orchestra. It does not need to drown out everything else. Money without peace is noise. Success without health can become noise. Achievement without relationship can become noise. Your divine design seeks harmony. That is why prosperity, relationships, health, timing, and self-expression belong together. Not because one affirmation guarantees perfection in every area, but because prosperity is incomplete when one area grows by destroying another. So your morning practice can include the whole life. Begin. This morning I awaken in divine order. Infinite intelligence, guide me. I move through this day with courage, peace, and clarity. Then prosperity. I recognize right opportunities for financial increase. My work creates value. I am appropriately rewarded for value honestly given. I receive with gratitude and use resources wisely. Relationships. I bring goodwill into my relationships. I communicate clearly. I welcome people who are aligned with mutual respect and good. I release relationships that require me to betray my own peace or integrity. Health. Keep this grounded and compassionate. Do not use spiritual language to blame yourself for illness. Do not pretend medical realities can be commanded away by a sentence. Instead say, I honor my body. I listen to its needs. I support my health with wise care, rest, nourishment, appropriate treatment, and peaceful thought. I welcome strength and restoration in every way available to me. Timing. I release fear of being behind. I arrive at the right step when it is mine to take. I do not hurry what requires patience or postpone what requires courage. Purpose. My gifts find right expression. I contribute something meaningful today. I allow divine intelligence to work through my creativity, service, and decisions. Now hear the orchestra. Not perfect, harmonized. Your finances do not need to scream. Your relationships do not need to collapse. Your body does not need to be ignored. Your work does not need to consume your soul. Each instrument is given its place. This is prosperity in the deeper sense, a life becoming ordered. The morning declaration. Now let us move slowly through a complete morning declaration. You can return to it whenever the old pattern begins to dominate. Sit or stand comfortably. Take one breath, then another. Let your shoulders release and speak. This morning I awaken in remembrance of who I am. I am not yesterday's fear. I am not yesterday's failure. I am not yesterday's limitation. Pause. Infinite Spirit is present with me now. Divine intelligence directs my thoughts, my words, and my actions. I enter this day in peace. Now, divine favor surrounds me. The right people meet me. The right opportunities become visible. The wrong paths lose their attraction. I recognize what belongs to me and release what does not. Breathe. My financial life is moving toward greater order. I welcome honest abundance. I create value. I receive fair value. I handle money with wisdom and gratitude. Continue. My relationships are governed by love, truth, respect, and healthy boundaries. I bless those who walk with me. I release resentment toward those whose path has separated from mine. Now health. I bless my body. I listen to it with respect. I choose thoughts and actions that support healing, strength, and peace. I seek appropriate help when it is needed, and I remain receptive to restoration. Now timing. I am not late. I am not forgotten. I do not need to compete with another person's timeline. My next right step is revealed at the right moment. Purpose. My gifts have a place in this world. Today I express them with courage. I do not hide what can serve. I do not shrink from the work that belongs to me. And finally, I give thanks for this day before I know every detail of it. I give thanks for guidance I have not yet recognized. I give thanks for opportunities still unseen. I give thanks for the wisdom that will meet each challenge. This day is placed in divine order. I walk through it awake, guided, and receptive. Then stop. Do not immediately begin another 100 affirmations. Silence is part of the practice. Listen. You have spoken. Now, become receptive. Visualize the day before the world writes on it. Words establish direction. Images deepen the impression. Now, move into visualization. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing at the entrance of the day. Not a frantic road, a clear one. There is light ahead. You cannot see every mile. You do not need to. You can see the next part. Begin walking. Imagine yourself handling the first challenge calmly. Perhaps an unexpected message arrives. See yourself reading it without panic. You breathe. You respond wisely. Now imagine a financial task, perhaps a bill, an invoice, a decision. See yourself handling the numbers clearly. No avoidance, no catastrophe, just intelligence. Now imagine a conversation. See yourself present, listening, speaking truth without aggression, maintaining boundaries without hatred. Now imagine an opportunity. You do not leap blindly. You examine it. You sense whether it is aligned. If yes, you move. If no, you release. Now picture one desire you have carried. Do not force its exact outer form. Picture the essence. If you desire prosperity, feel financial breathing room. If you desire work, see yourself contributing and being fairly rewarded. If you desire love, feel mutual respect and warmth. If you desire healing, imagine yourself supported by wise care and growing strength. If you desire peace, feel your body relaxing in safety. Let the scene be gentle. Visualization does not need to become pressure. You are teaching consciousness what harmony feels like. Then picture the end of the day. See yourself reviewing it with gratitude. Perhaps everything did not happen perfectly, but you notice where you remained centered, where you received help, where you were guided, where you corrected an old habit, where you responded differently. Sigh. I recognize the good of this day. That recognition reinforces the pattern. Consider a woman who changed her morning practice from dread to deliberate declarations. Then she began seeing opportunities and connections differently. Again, do not make such stories guarantees of miraculous outcomes. Use them as illustrations of a psychological and spiritual shift. When you stop expecting only defeat, you become more capable of recognizing routes that defeat consciousness ignored. Perhaps the first visible change is not outside. Perhaps it is the fact that you no longer wake afraid. That is not small. A peaceful morning changes decisions. Decisions change trajectories. Trajectories change lives. When nothing seems to change, now comes a necessary warning. You begin the morning practice. Day 1 feels powerful. Day 2 feels hopeful. Day 3 arrives and the bill is still there. The person has not called. The business has not suddenly doubled. The outer condition remains. And the old voice says, "See, nothing works." This is where many abandon the new pattern. They demand immediate visible evidence of an inner change that is still taking root. Think of the gardener. The seed is planted beneath the earth. You see nothing. Does nothing exist? No. Roots may be forming. The seed coat may be breaking. Processes invisible from the surface are underway. Likewise, when you change consciousness, early effects may first appear as a calmer nervous system, greater clarity, improved focus, new willingness to take action, reduced fear, a healthier boundary, a new idea, better financial discipline, more courage. These are roots. Do not tear them out because they do not yet look like a tree. And when doubt appears, do not become frightened of doubt. Doubt is not proof that you are failing. It may simply be the old pattern becoming visible enough to challenge. You hear, "This won't work." Answer, "That is the old record." Then, I remain faithful to the new direction. Think of doubt as morning fog, dense, cold, obscuring the landscape. But fog does not destroy the landscape. It hides it temporarily. The sun rises. The fog dissolves. Your repeated words of faith serve a similar function, not by pretending facts do not exist, by preventing temporary facts from becoming eternal conclusions. Sigh. I walk by faith and wisdom, not by panic. I allow time for new patterns to take root. I measure progress by more than immediate appearances. That last sentence is important. If your only definition of progress is money appearing overnight, you may miss the behaviors that create lasting prosperity. If your definition includes, "I saved this week," "I negotiated," "I stopped impulse spending," "I finished the offer," "I contacted 5 people," "I slept better," "I stopped comparing," then you can see growth. Do not become addicted to dramatic signs. A stable life is often built through quiet transformations. Align with your divine design. Now return to the idea of divine design. There is a pattern of life that fits you, not another person. You, your abilities, your temperament, your values, your gifts, your season, your opportunities, your responsibilities. Divine design does not necessarily mean one predestined career, one soulmate, one exact house, one rigid script you might accidentally miss forever. Think of it instead as alignment with the highest expression available through your life. Right work, right relationships, right use of your gifts, right stewardship, right inner state. When you live outside that pattern, life feels increasingly divided. You say one thing and do another. You value peace but create constant chaos. You value family, but give every waking hour to work. You want prosperity, but refuse to develop skills. You want freedom, but remain addicted to approval. Divine design restores congruence. Ask, does the life I am building reflect what I say matters? That is a powerful morning question. Then say, I align with the highest pattern available for my life. I release imitation. I release false ambition. I release goals chosen only to impress others. My right work, right relationships, right opportunities, and right expression unfold in divine order. The tapestry metaphor is beautiful. Imagine your life as threads, some bright, some dark, some short, some long. If you stare at one tangled section, the whole thing appears meaningless. But the pattern is larger than one thread, so do not judge the entire life by one chapter. A painful thread may still belong to a larger design if it produced wisdom you now use differently. Again, this does not mean pain was necessary or deserved. It means you can refuse to waste what happened. You can weave it into something meaningful. Sigh. Nothing I have learned is wasted. Every useful lesson is woven into a wiser future. Divine design also frees you from comparison. What is aligned for another person may not be aligned for you. Their scale, their timeline, their lifestyle, their business, their relationship, their definition of success. You can admire without copying, bless without imitating, learn without abandoning yourself. Sigh. I tune my life to my own divine pattern. Like a musician tuning an instrument. If one string is too tight, the music suffers. If too loose, the music suffers. Alignment matters. Perhaps your life is currently too tight with control. Loosen. Perhaps too loose with lack of discipline. Strengthen. Divine design includes balance. And as you become more aligned, opportunities that once seemed irrelevant may suddenly make sense. A conversation at midday, a message, a book, a person, a strange idea that returns repeatedly. Remain attentive, not superstitious. Attentive. You do not need to call every coincidence divine, but you also do not need to dismiss everything meaningful as accident. Discern. The morning covenant. Now, establish a covenant, not a supernatural bargain. Not, I say this and God owes me money. A covenant of consciousness, an agreement about how you will walk through the day. Place your hand over your heart if you wish. Then say, Infinite Spirit, this morning I remember my divine heritage. I choose to think, speak, and act in harmony with truth. I choose faith instead of habitual fear. I choose guidance instead of frantic control. I choose gratitude instead of constant complaint. I choose wise action instead of passive wishing. Pause. I welcome divine favor. I welcome protection through wisdom and discernment. I welcome honest provision. I welcome relationships of mutual good. I welcome the opportunities that belong to my highest path. Then your part. I will listen. I will act when guided. I will correct myself when old language returns. I will not use comparison to abandon my own path. I will not call temporary difficulty permanent defeat. I will remain teachable and release. What I cannot control, I place in divine order. What I can responsibly do, I do with courage. I do not confuse surrender with avoidance. I do not confuse effort with fear. I walk the middle path of faith and right action. This is the covenant. Not heaven doing everything while you do nothing. Not you doing everything while trusting nothing. Partnership, prayer and movement. Vision and discipline. Faith and wisdom. Imagine the morning as a temple. Carry that image. The first minutes of the day can become sacred space. Not because sunrise possesses mystical power, because you are deliberately refusing to begin the day unconsciously. You enter intentionally, and intention changes everything. Finish. This day is placed in divine order. My words bless it. My actions honor it. My mind remains receptive. My heart remains steady. My path unfolds one right step at a time. I go forward in faith, then go. Do not spend the morning endlessly preparing to live. Live. The declaration exists to support action, not replace it. And as the day unfolds, remember the deepest principle of this section. You do not need to wake and ask the world, "What are you going to do to me today?" You can awaken and say, "How will I meet this day in divine order?" That single question moves you from helpless reaction into conscious spiritual participation. And we are not finished here. The next movement deepens this morning practice further into the boomerang law of thoughts, words, and deeds. Daily spiritual dominion, the way spoken patterns return to the speaker, and the larger cycle of abundance, protection, guidance, and expectation that carries through the entire day. Seal the morning with a word of peace. Before moving forward, bring the entire morning practice into one final moment of stillness. You have spoken. You have envisioned. You have chosen the inner atmosphere in which you wish to walk. Now do not rush away from it. Close your eyes for a moment. Breathe slowly. Let the body soften. Let the mind stop reaching toward everything that needs to be done. There will be time for action. This moment belongs to alignment. Sigh, Infinite Spirit, I enter this day remembering that I am not alone. Divine wisdom is available to me. Divine love surrounds me. Divine order directs me. Pause. I release every false prediction I have made about this day. I release the expectation of trouble simply because trouble appeared yesterday. I release fear of what I cannot yet see. I meet this day with an open mind and a steady heart. Now let your attention move toward your work. Sigh, my hands are blessed for useful work. My mind is clear for intelligent decisions. My words carry peace, truth, and value. My path is guided toward what serves my highest good and the good of others. Then money. I am open to honest provision. I recognize opportunities to create, receive, save, and steward value. My financial life moves toward greater order and freedom. Relationships. I meet others from dignity rather than fear. I communicate clearly. I release resentment. I welcome mutual goodwill and healthy boundaries. And protection. I am protected by wisdom. I am protected by discernment. I do not walk blindly into what is wrong for me. I recognize warning signs and right direction with increasing clarity. This is a more mature understanding of spiritual protection, not the fantasy that nothing uncomfortable can ever happen, but the confidence that wisdom, awareness, boundaries, preparation, and faith can travel with you. Now forgive the past. Sigh, I forgive what is complete. I bless what taught me. I release what no longer belongs in today's consciousness. Then turn toward the future. I do not need to control tomorrow. I only need to walk faithfully through today. Finish. I call this day good before I know every detail of it. I call this day meaningful. I call this day guided. I call this day fertile with possibility. Then sit in silence. Not because silence magically forces circumstances to change, because silence allows the word to become more than noise. It becomes an orientation, a way of meeting life. And when you rise, carry that orientation with you. Your prayer does not end because you open your eyes. It becomes behavior. Your calm response is part of the prayer. Your wise choice is part of the prayer. Your refusal to gossip is part of the prayer. Your discipline is part of the prayer. Your generosity is part of the prayer. Your boundary is part of the prayer. Your courage to make the call is part of the prayer. This is how the spoken word becomes embodied. Every morning is a spiritual bank. There is an image worth developing deeply. Imagine every morning as a spiritual bank. You make deposits before the day begins, not deposits of currency, deposits of expectation, thought, language, attention, identity. And throughout the day, you often draw upon what was deposited. If you deposit panic first thing in the morning, you have a large reserve of panic available whenever uncertainty appears. If you deposit resentment, the smallest inconvenience can trigger the account. If you deposit scarcity, every purchase feels threatening. If you deposit inadequacy, every confident person seems like competition. But if you deposit steadiness, gratitude, possibility, faith, clarity, then, when the day makes a withdrawal, there is something stronger available. This metaphor is practical. Suppose an unexpected expense appears at 2 p.m. If you spent the morning reinforcing, "I never have enough," the expense becomes proof of doom. But if you began with, "I meet financial situations with wisdom rather than panic," you may still dislike the expense, but you respond differently. You investigate it, adjust, ask questions, find options. The situation is the same. The consciousness meeting it is different. This is why the first 20 minutes after waking can matter so much. Yet many people make the external world their first depositor. They wake and immediately check message, news, social media, bank balances, emails, statistics, commands, deadlines, other people's lives. And suddenly, their mental bank is filled by strangers. Someone else's emergency becomes your first thought. Someone else's success becomes your first comparison. Someone else's fear becomes your first emotional state. Take back the first deposit. Before the world deposits into you, deposit into yourself. Sigh. This morning I deposit faith. I deposit clarity. I deposit divine guidance. I deposit gratitude. I deposit financial wisdom. I deposit emotional steadiness. This does not require an hour. 5 deliberate minutes can interrupt 5 years of automatic mornings. One practical principle is simple. Speak before scrolling. That idea is useful. Before the feed, before the inbox, before the numbers, establish your own consciousness. Then look. Now you can interact with information rather than become possessed by it. If the account balance is lower than you hoped, you respond. This requires attention. Not, "This determines my worth." If the email contains rejection, "This door is closed." Not, "My entire future is closed." If someone else's success appears, "Good for them." Not, "I am late." This is the return on your morning deposit. A stronger interpretation of reality. So tomorrow, before external information enters, say, "My first investment today is into the quality of my own consciousness." Then make that investment. Break the silent contract with scarcity. Now consider another striking image. A contract you did not realize you signed. Many beliefs work exactly like that. No signature, no ceremony, no conscious agreement. You simply heard something enough times that eventually it became an internal rule. Money is hard. Security is fragile. Rich people are selfish. There is never enough. You must work yourself to death. People like us do not get ahead. Do not expect too much. Be grateful for crumbs. Wanting more is greedy. Those sentences can become invisible contracts. You live according to them long after you have forgotten who first spoke them. But any unconscious agreement can become conscious. And once conscious, it can be reconsidered. Ask yourself, what financial agreements have I been living under? Perhaps I must always be worried about money. Why? Who signed that? Perhaps. Whenever money comes in, something bad will take it away. Is that a law? Or a pattern you have repeated? Perhaps. If I earn more than my family, I am betraying them. Perhaps. If I charge properly for my work, people will reject me. Perhaps. Spiritual people should not care about money. Perhaps. I can either have money or integrity, but not both. These are contracts. Bring them into light. Then decide, do I renew this contract or cancel it? Sigh. I now cancel every agreement with chronic scarcity that I accepted unconsciously. I release every belief that says struggle is my permanent identity. I release the belief that prosperity and integrity cannot coexist. I release guilt around honest receiving. I release shame around healthy financial ambition. Then establish a new agreement. I agree with responsible prosperity. I agree with honest compensation. I agree with intelligent stewardship. I agree with generosity guided by wisdom. I agree with enough, and more than enough, for the purposes that matter. This is far more powerful than simply saying, I want money. You are changing the rules by which your inner life operates. Now, notice your casual language, because every time you repeat the old language, you renew the old contract. I can't afford anything. Maybe what you mean is, that is not in my current budget. Those are not the same sentence. One is an identity statement. The other is a financial fact. Learn the difference. I am broke. Perhaps more accurately, my cash position is tight right now, and I am taking steps to improve it. Again, the second statement does not deny reality. It prevents reality from becoming identity. I never get ahead. Replace it. I am learning to improve my financial position step by step. Money disappears. Replace. I am becoming more conscious of where money goes. Business is dead. Replace. Business is slow, and I am looking for the right adjustment. This is not word games. It is precision. Language shapes the frame through which problems are solved. Catastrophic language narrows thought. Specific language opens options. So stop cursing the entire future because of one present condition. Speak accurately. Speak constructively. Speak from direction rather than despair. Consider a fast not from food, but from false words. That is a compelling practice. Try a 7-day fast from unnecessary scarcity language. For 7 days, do not say, I am doomed. I will never recover. There is no way. I always lose. Catch the phrase. Replace it, not with absurdity, with truth that leaves room. There may be a way I have not seen yet. I can ask for help. I can change strategy. I can learn. I can recover. I can take the next step. This is fasting from verbal self-sabotage, and perhaps one of the most useful spiritual disciplines you can practice. Fewer contradictions, stronger faith. Many people do not lack faith. They suffer from contradiction. In the morning, I am abundant. At lunch, nothing ever works. At night, God will provide. Then 5 minutes later, I am completely finished. The subconscious receives both. One message opens, the next closes. One plants, the next uproots. One builds, the next demolishes. Then the person says, why am I not progressing? Because the inner government changes every few hours. This is why consistency matters. Here is a sharp point. Perhaps you do not need more declarations. Perhaps you need fewer contradictions. That is worth remembering. Do not turn spirituality into an endless accumulation of affirmations. You do not need 500 phrases. You need a few principles you can actually live. For example, my source is greater than any one channel. I am guided toward right action. I create value and welcome fair compensation. I do not use temporary conditions to define permanent identity. I release comparison. I steward money wisely. If you deeply align your life with those 6 principles, they may do more than 1,000 sentences spoken mechanically. Faith becomes stronger when life becomes less internally divided. Suppose you affirm, I welcome prosperity, but refuse to invoice people. because you feel guilty asking for money. There is contradiction. Affirmation says, receive. Behavior says, reject. Suppose you say, new opportunities are open to me, but decline every unfamiliar opportunity without examination because fear prefers the known. Again, contradiction. Suppose, I trust guidance, but never become quiet enough to listen. Contradiction. Faith seeks integrity between word and life. Ask, does my behavior agree with what I say I believe? That question may reveal more than another affirmation. The language of spiritual warfare can be understood this way. We can understand that psychologically and spiritually. There is a battle for interpretation. Fear says, this difficulty means everything is collapsing. Faith says, this is difficult, but I still have access to wisdom. Fear says, this rejection proves I am unworthy. Faith says, this one answer does not define my value. Fear says, this financial problem means I am permanently unsafe. Faith says, this problem deserves responsible attention, not prophecy. Every time you choose the second interpretation, fear loses territory. Not because fear disappears instantly, because you stop obeying it automatically. Sigh, fear may appear, but it no longer writes my conclusions. I listen to facts without worshiping them. I respond to reality without surrendering possibility. That is strong faith. Faith is not the absence of evidence. It is the refusal to interpret every piece of evidence through hopelessness. A simple 5-step morning financial protocol. Now let us become very practical and outline a morning sequence. Let us refine it into something simple enough to use. Number. Step 1. Speak before you scroll. Before email, news, social media, or banking apps, speak one sentence that establishes financial steadiness. For example, God is my source, and I am guided toward responsible prosperity today. Or, I meet today's financial life with wisdom, calm, and expectancy. This takes seconds. The purpose is not to ignore your accounts. You should absolutely know your numbers. The purpose is sequence. Establish consciousness first. Then examine facts. Number. Step 2. Choose 3 to 5 core declarations. Do not use 30. Choose a small group. Use phrases such as, God is my immediate and unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me under grace in perfect ways. New channels of income are open to me. We can preserve the spirit while grounding them in healthy action. My source is greater than any one income channel. I am open to significant prosperity through honest, harmonious means. New income channels become visible as I create value and follow right guidance. I prosper through wisdom, service, discipline, and divine order. What is rightfully mine reaches me without manipulation or harm. Repeat slowly, not to force belief, to establish direction. Number. Step 3. Visualize financial order. Do not visualize only luxury. Visualize order. Bills handled. Debt declining. Savings increasing. Work rewarded. A calm conversation about money. An emergency expense handled without catastrophe. A profitable project completed. A client paying on time. Your business expenses organized. Your tax obligations understood. Your generosity supported by actual means. This creates a much healthier image of abundance. Prosperity is not merely more, it is greater capacity, greater margin, greater peace, greater choice, greater usefulness. See yourself becoming capable of holding increase. Number. Step 4. Ask for one right action. This is essential. Ask, what is the most useful financial action I can take today? 1. Send the invoice. Review expenses. Finish the proposal. Apply for the role. Call the client. Study the market. Cancel unnecessary spending. Set up automatic savings. Negotiate. Ask for professional advice. Do that thing. Prosperity consciousness must eventually touch the calendar. Otherwise, it remains poetry. Number. Step 5. Seal with expectancy, then release. Sigh. This day is open to financial wisdom, right opportunity, and honest increase. I expect good without demanding one particular form. Then go live. Do not check every 10 minutes to see whether the universe responded. You have work to do. Do it. Expectation is not surveillance. Faith does not stare at the oven every 30 seconds. Let the process develop. This protocol can take 5 minutes. Speak. Visualize. Listen. Act. Release. Simple. Powerful because it is repeatable. The core declarations of divine supply. Now let us gather the major declarations from this section and deepen their meaning. God is my immediate and unfailing supply. What does this mean? It means no employer is God. No client is God. No bank is God. No economic cycle is God. These can be channels, useful channels, necessary channels, but not ultimate source. When one channel changes, do not pronounce the entire river dry. Sigh. One channel may change. Supply itself remains larger than that channel. This creates flexibility. New channels of income are now open to me. This does not mean money falls from nowhere. A channel may be a new customer, a new skill, a new role, an old contact, a partnership, a product, a licensing arrangement, an investment appropriate to your situation, a different audience, a better negotiation, a cost reduction, an overlooked asset, a problem you know how to solve. Speak the declaration, then become observant. Because an open channel is useless if you refuse to see it. Sigh. I recognize new channels and evaluate them wisely. That added phrase matters. Not every opportunity is good. Discernment protects prosperity. I am a spiritual millionaire walking in divine surplus. Now use bold millionaire language. Let us understand it as consciousness before status. A spiritual millionaire is not simply someone with a certain account balance. It is someone who does not define all wealth by cash. They recognize ideas, relationships, health, knowledge, creativity, time, courage, reputation, skills, faith. And then they seek to translate these resources into meaningful, ethical prosperity. You may choose a declaration that feels more authentic. I live from a consciousness of divine surplus. There is enough wisdom, creativity, love, and possibility for my next step. Then let material increase grow from that foundation. Every dollar I spend comes back multiplied. Use this carefully. It should never become justification for reckless spending. Money does not automatically multiply simply because you spent it. But the spiritual intention behind the phrase can be useful. Do not experience every outflow as permanent impoverishment. Money circulates. You spend on food, housing, tools, education, services. People are paid. Value moves. So say instead, I bless every wise expenditure, and I remain open to continued replenishment and increase. That keeps the circulation principle without abandoning common sense. Spend wisely, then release fear. What is mine by divine right cannot be kept from me. This is not permission to claim someone else's property, relationship, or decision. Divine right does not override another person's free will. Understand it as, what truly belongs to your path does not require manipulation. Your right work, right opportunities, right relationships, right compensation, right expression. You can say, what is truly mine arrives through honorable, harmonious channels. This is clean. No force, no obsession, no spiritual entitlement. I prosper wherever I turn. Again, prosperity does not mean every venture produces profit. It means you carry a prosperous consciousness into every environment. If something succeeds, you grow. If something fails, you learn. If something ends, you adapt. If an opportunity appears, you recognize it. If a mistake occurs, you correct it. Such a person becomes difficult to defeat because they extract value even from temporary failure. That is deep prosperity. Sigh. Wherever I go, I bring wisdom, value, adaptability, and faith with me. Therefore, no experience is wasted. Now put them together. God is my source. I am open to abundant and ethical prosperity. New channels of income are revealed to me. I recognize and act upon them wisely. I live in divine surplus rather than chronic fear. I bless wise circulation and remain open to replenishment. What is truly mine reaches me through honorable channels. Wherever I go, I bring a prosperous consciousness with me. Speak these every morning if they help you. But more importantly, live them. The man who changed the first sound of his day. Consider another prosperity story. A man had done almost everything conventional wisdom suggested. He worked, planned, studied, tried to become financially responsible. Yet every morning his first inner sentence remained, "Nothing is working. I am behind. I cannot catch up." Notice the problem. His behavior was attempting progress. His identity was continually predicting defeat. He had discipline without expectation, effort without inner permission to succeed. Then he changed one practice. Before looking at anything external, he spoke another word. Not because he suddenly had proof, because he wanted to stop making hopelessness his opening ritual. Morning after morning, God is my source. Right provision reaches me through right channels. I am open to increase. At first, he felt foolish. That matters. New thoughts often feel false, precisely because old thoughts feel familiar. Familiarity can masquerade as truth. If you have thought, "I am unlucky," for 20 years, saying, "I am learning to expect good," may feel fake. That does not automatically make it false. It simply makes it new. The man continued. And the first change was internal. The knot in his chest began to loosen. He started noticing his own fear language. He became more receptive to possibilities. Then practical channels appeared: a refund, an old financial obligation repaid, a former client reconnecting, a new income stream opening. Whether every detail is literal or illustrative, the teaching is clear. The first breakthrough was not the money. It was the interruption of the old mental pattern. External opportunities could now be recognized because internal defeat was no longer shouting over them. This is why your morning matters. Not because 6:30 a.m. possesses magical metaphysical powers. Because your mind has not yet been flooded with thousands of competing signals. Use the quiet. Give yourself a chance to choose your own direction. Then enter the world. Speak through fear. Not only after fear leaves. Now consider one of the most important teachings in this section. Do not wait until fear disappears before speaking faith. If you wait to feel completely confident before acting, you may wait a very long time. Courage often speaks while the voice still trembles. You may say, "I am guided," and still feel unsure. You may say, "I can recover financially," while the situation remains difficult. You may say, "A right solution exists," without yet seeing it. That does not make the word dishonest. You are choosing direction before emotion has caught up. Guard the first moments of the morning, because the ego can claim them quickly. Its voice may sound like, "Not again, still behind. What if today goes wrong? There isn't enough." These thoughts can arrive automatically. Do not condemn yourself for them. Automatic thoughts are not sacred messages. Notice, then choose. Sigh. Fear is present, but fear is not my commander. That is powerful, because it does not deny the emotion. Then, I can feel uncertainty and still choose a wise response. I can feel fear and still send the application. I can feel fear and still examine my finances. I can feel fear and still ask for help. I can feel fear and still speak a better future. This is emotional maturity. Sometimes people say facts are not truth. That statement needs careful interpretation. Facts matter. An account balance is factual. A debt is factual. A diagnosis is factual. A contract is factual. Never ignore facts. What is not factual is the catastrophic story you build from them. Balance. $500. Fact. I will always be poor. Not fact. Rejection. Fact. No one will ever want me. Not fact. Illness. Fact. My life has no future. Not fact. Separate the fact from the prophecy. This single distinction can transform consciousness. Sigh. I honor facts and refuse hopeless prophecy. That is a strong morning decree. Overflow has more than one form. Now broaden the meaning of overflow. This is essential. If you define abundance only as money, you may miss half of the supply already entering your life. Overflow can arrive as an idea, an introduction, a discount, a debt reduction, a cost you no longer need to pay, a skill, an insight, a referral, a warning that prevents a bad investment, a conversation that changes direction, a new audience, a solution, time, energy, peace, clarity, the right no. These are forms of value. Suppose you were about to make an expensive mistake, and someone gives you information that prevents it. No money entered your account, yet financially you were supplied. Suppose an idea allows you to complete in 2 hours what previously took 8. That is supply. Suppose you finally understand why a product is not selling. That insight can become revenue later. Overflow often begins as intelligence. This is why the spiritually prosperous person values guidance as much as cash. Sigh. I recognize supply in all useful forms. I do not overlook ideas simply because they do not arrive as money. I welcome wisdom that preserves wealth as much as opportunities that increase it. Overflow may also appear as peace where panic once lived. That is deeply true as an inner transformation. A person with the same external finances but less panic often makes better decisions. They negotiate better, sleep better, think better, avoid impulsive action. Peace itself can protect prosperity, so do not despise internal change. Perhaps your first overflow is clarity. Use it. Perhaps confidence. Use it. Perhaps discipline. Use it. Perhaps one new contact. Follow up. Prosperity compounds when small forms of supply are recognized and used, the inner purse and the outer purse. And now consider a new symbol, the magic purse. Do not become distracted by the word magic. The deeper idea is symbolic. The purse you carry physically represents the financial consciousness you carry inwardly. Outer purse, inner purse. The outer purse may contain cash, cards, receipts. The inner purse contains your beliefs about supply, and the inner purse can feel empty even when the outer one is full. You know this if you have ever seen someone with significant resources remain terrified of losing everything. Likewise, someone with modest resources may possess a surprisingly calm and constructive financial consciousness. The goal is not to pretend an empty wallet is physically full. The goal is to stop training the mind to equate temporary limitation with permanent deprivation. Imagine opening your purse. What emotional reaction arises? Fear? Shame? Embarrassment? Anxiety? Avoidance? Perhaps your purse has become an object associated with danger. The magic purse practice aims to change that association. Instead of opening it and thinking, never enough, you create a new ritual. Pause. Bless what is there, even if little. Sigh. I give thanks for every form of supply presently available to me. Then, I welcome continued replenishment through right channels. This is already more powerful than cursing the purse. Suppose there are only $20. Do not say, this is nothing. $20 is not nothing. Bless it. Use it wisely and remain open to more. This trains the consciousness to respect supply. Respect is important. People often say they want money while treating the money they already have carelessly. Receipts everywhere, bills ignored, subscriptions forgotten, no tracking, no plan. Then they say, why does money disappear? The spiritual purse must be joined with stewardship. Treat money as something worthy of conscious attention. Organize the wallet. Know what you have. Know what you owe. Know what is coming in. Know what is going out. Then bless the entire process. There is no contradiction between metaphysics and bookkeeping. In fact, good bookkeeping can be a form of spiritual order. Sigh. My inner purse is filled with faith, gratitude, wisdom, and receptivity. My outer finances increasingly reflect that order. This is a grounded version of the principle. Part 45. Never bless the purse in the morning and curse it in the afternoon. The next warning is against double-mindedness. You bless money at 7 a.m., at 2% p.m. Everything is too expensive. Money just disappears. I hate dealing with this. You have returned to the old contract. Again, perfection is not required. Awareness is. Catch yourself. Correct. Suppose a price has increased. You can say, that is more expensive than I expected. Fact. Then, I will decide whether this still makes sense. Wisdom. You do not need. Everything is impossible now. Suppose you have an unexpected bill. Sigh. This requires attention. Then, I will look for the wisest solution. That is the single eye, the disciplined focus we have been building. One direction. Not 1 minute faith, 1 minute catastrophe. The magic purse symbol becomes useful here. Each time you touch your wallet or open a banking app, treat it as a cue, not to chant, to remember. Money is a tool. I am its steward. Fear is not required. Clarity is useful. This can completely change your relationship with financial information. Instead of avoiding balances because they trigger anxiety, you learn to look calmly. The purpose of prosperity consciousness is not to make you afraid of facts. It should make you more capable of handling them. So whenever you engage with money, ask, am I blessing or cursing? Am I responding or reacting? Am I stewarding or avoiding? Am I acting from wisdom or fear? These questions are part of the magic purse practice. What if your inner purse could never be empty? This section closes with a powerful thought experiment. What would change if you truly believed your inner purse could never be empty? Not your physical wallet, your inner capacity for supply. Imagine knowing, if one idea ends, another can come. If one opportunity closes, you can continue creating. If one client leaves, you still possess your skills. If one job ends, your entire capacity for earning does not disappear. If one financial mistake happens, you can learn. If one season is lean, it does not define the rest of your life. That is the inexhaustible inner purse. It contains resourcefulness, creativity, faith, experience, knowledge, resilience, relationships, adaptability, courage, the ability to learn. As long as these remain alive, you are not empty. This does not minimize material hardship. Money matters. Housing matters. Food matters. Debt matters. But inner resourcefulness profoundly influences your ability to respond to material conditions. So visualize the purse, not overflowing irresponsibly with fantasy cash. See it as a symbol. Every time you open it, remember, I am connected to continuing possibility. I can create value again. I can learn again. I can receive again. I can recover again. I can be guided again. Now ask, how would you live if chronic fear of never enough weakened? Would you negotiate differently? Would you invest more thoughtfully in your skills? Would you become more generous where generosity is appropriate? Would you stop hoarding useless things? Would you stop accepting poor treatment simply because you fear losing income? Would you become more patient in choosing opportunities? Would you feel less desperate? Desperation is expensive. It causes bad contracts, bad relationships, bad financial decisions, bad timing. The inner purse of supply gives you enough spiritual breathing room to choose more wisely. Therefore say, my inner purse is never empty. Divine intelligence remains available. My capacity to create value remains available. My ability to learn and adapt remains available. I welcome material supply through honest, intelligent, harmonious channels. Then open your physical purse. Treat what is there with respect, whether little or much. Bless it, organize it, use it consciously, make room for increase. Because the next movement goes much deeper into this exact symbol, the magic purse affirmation itself. Why the purse becomes a subconscious emblem of infinite supply, how gratitude and circulation are linked to it, and how the practice is meant to transform fear of running out into an expectation of continual replenishment. The magic purse is really a symbol of consciousness. Now we arrive at the symbol that has been waiting quietly beneath everything we have learned. The purse, the wallet, the place where money enters, rests for a time, and leaves again. To ordinary sight, it is merely an object: leather, cloth, a bank card, cash, receipts. But in this teaching, the purse becomes a symbol, a portable reminder of your relationship with supply. And this distinction matters greatly. The purse does not create wealth. The bank account does not create wealth. Money itself is not the source. They are channels, containers, visible forms. Your true work is to change what the purse represents in your consciousness. For one person, a wallet represents fear. Every time they open it, the body tightens. They think, how much is left? What if I run out? What if another bill comes? For another person, a wallet represents disorder. They do not know what is inside. They do not know what is owed. They do not know where money goes. For another, it represents guilt. Receiving makes them uncomfortable. Spending fills them with shame. Wanting more feels selfish. But imagine a new association. Each time you touch your purse, you remember, supply is larger than this container. That changes everything. The amount in the purse may fluctuate. The source does not need to be reduced to that amount. The account may rise. It may fall. Income may arrive. Expenses may leave. Yet behind the movement stands the deeper principle of continual possibility. Ideas can come. Work can come. Wisdom can come. People can help. Opportunities can appear. New channels can be created. The purse becomes a reminder. This visible amount is not the total measure of what is possible. Think of divine supply as a spring-fed well. Picture that well. You lower the bucket. You draw water. The level seems to fall for a moment. Then hidden springs replenish it. The bucket never created the water. It merely received from what existed beneath. Your financial channels operate similarly. Your salary is a bucket. A client is a bucket. A business is a bucket. An investment can be a bucket. A contract, a product, a service, a royalty, an idea. These are means of drawing from a larger field of value, exchange, creativity, and human cooperation. Do not worship the bucket. Honor the source. Then use the bucket wisely. Sigh. My purse is a servant, not my master. My bank balance informs me. It does not define me. I respect what I have while remaining receptive to greater supply. This is the foundation of the magic purse. Not superstition. Symbol. A physical object reminding the subconscious of a spiritual orientation. Whenever you open it, you are invited to remember, I live in relationship with continuing supply. Then handle what is there intelligently. If it is abundant, be grateful. If it is limited, remain calm and take right action. Either way, refuse to make the purse an altar of fear. There is no depletion in divine supply. Now, we come to one of the central statements of this entire section. There is no depletion in divine supply. Pause there. Do not rush into the second half. Consider the first. No depletion in divine supply. The sun gives light without keeping a ledger of rays. A spring gives water because flowing is its nature. A tree produces fruit according to its nature. Creativity generates another idea after the first. Knowledge expands when used. Love can deepen when given wisely. Human value is not a fixed pile from which one person must steal another's share. This is the consciousness behind the declaration. Now add, therefore my purse cannot remain defined by emptiness. A bolder version of the declaration is, There is no depletion in divine supply, therefore my purse cannot empty. Use this not as permission to ignore arithmetic. Use it as a refusal to worship depletion. A purse can physically become empty. An account can reach zero. Those are realities. But zero does not mean your life contains zero possibility. That is the distinction. When the outer container is low, the inner mind does not have to collapse with it. Sigh. Even when one channel is temporarily low, divine intelligence remains available to reveal another step. This keeps the spiritual truth without becoming financially reckless. Repeat. There is no depletion in divine supply. My consciousness remains open to replenishment. New value can be created. New channels can be revealed. New solutions can appear. Imagine the old fear dissolving. The fear of the last dollar, the last client, the last chance, the last opportunity. Scarcity always speaks in finalities. This is it. Nothing else will come. Once this is gone, everything is over. Abundance consciousness replies, I do not know every future channel, but I refuse to call this the last one. That sentence contains tremendous freedom. You stop clutching. You can still be careful, but careful is not terrified. You can budget, plan, save, protect, and still remain open. This is where the magic purse begins to transform the subconscious. The purse no longer says, soon there will be nothing. It says, supply circulates. I participate wisely in that circulation. Receiving and giving are two sides of one current. Divine supply is not meant to be stagnant. It circulates. Money enters. Money leaves. Value enters. Value leaves. You receive services. You provide services. You purchase. You sell. You save. You invest. You give. You are paid. This is circulation. Think of giving and receiving like breathing. Inhale, exhale. You cannot inhale forever, nor can you exhale forever. Life depends on both, so prosperity consciousness must learn both. Receiving without guilt, giving without fear. Some people are excellent at giving but deeply uncomfortable receiving. They say, no, that's too much. I don't deserve that. You shouldn't pay me. They may secretly believe goodness requires under-receiving. Others are comfortable receiving but resist releasing. Every expense feels like loss. Every gift feels threatening. Every investment feels dangerous. Both patterns interrupt healthy circulation. Sigh. I receive graciously. I release wisely. The word wisely matters. Giving does not mean emptying your bank account to prove faith. Spending does not guarantee multiplied return. Generosity must not become self-harm. Circulation requires stewardship. So when you spend for a legitimate need, bless the exchange. Food, housing, education, tools, healthcare, a gift, a service. Say inwardly, I give thanks that value is circulating. When you receive payment, I receive this with gratitude and integrity. When you pay someone, may this exchange bless everyone involved. This removes the antagonistic relationship with money. Money becomes neither dirty nor divine. It becomes useful, a means of exchange. There is also the guilt of prosperity to address. Some people unconsciously believe, if I have more, someone else must have less. But much of prosperity is created through value. A good business can create jobs. A useful product can solve problems. A profitable artist can employ others. A financially stable family can help another family. Knowledge can create value without stealing anything from another. So say, my prosperity does not require another person's deprivation. I welcome increase that blesses everyone involved. This is the meaning of abundance under grace. No exploitation, no manipulation, no theft, no harm, right receiving, right giving, right exchange. Now speak. Divine supply flows to me constantly. Money reaches me through right channels. I receive with joy. I give with joy and wisdom. The circulation of good continues. Let this become rhythm, not frantic expectation, steady trust. Release the guilt of receiving. There is another subtle barrier: unworthiness. You may consciously desire prosperity while unconsciously feeling guilty when it approaches. Perhaps you were taught that money corrupts, that wanting financial freedom is unspiritual, that suffering proves humility, that successful people must be selfish. Then the moment prosperity comes near, part of you pushes it away. You undercharge. You refuse opportunities. You sabotage growth. You spend everything immediately because holding money feels uncomfortable, or you hide your success because you fear judgment. Look at this carefully. Money reveals character. It does not automatically create character. A generous person can use wealth generously. A selfish person can use it selfishly. The issue is not money alone. It is consciousness. So if your intentions are aligned with integrity, service, freedom, family, creativity, generosity, and wise stewardship, you do not need to apologize for wanting more capacity. Sigh. I am willing to receive more because I am willing to use more wisely. That is a beautiful prosperity statement. Not, I deserve everything, but I am becoming capable of stewarding more. This shifts desire from ego to responsibility. Suppose you received twice your current income. Would your habits support it? Would you save? Would you invest intelligently? Would you eliminate unnecessary debt? Would you become more generous? Would you learn? Would you organize? Ask. Prosperity consciousness prepares before increase. This is the teaching we saw earlier. Prepare for what you ask for. Make room, not only physical room, psychological room, financial systems, knowledge, discipline. Sigh. I prepare to receive increase. I become wiser as my resources increase. I do not fear wealth. I do not worship wealth. I steward wealth. Now, your magic purse has a purpose. It is not a toy for fantasy. It is a reminder. I am a steward of circulating good. The invisible coin. Consider a simply parabole. A woman had very little in her purse. A few coins. A small note. Instead of repeatedly cursing what she had, she imagined one invisible coin that could never truly be spent away. Whenever she used money, she imagined that invisible coin remaining behind as a symbol of inexhaustible supply. She would quietly bless the exchange. The literal coin was not magic. The image changed her relationship with money. Instead of, "It's leaving," she practiced, "Supply can return." Instead of, "This is the end," she practiced, "This is circulation." The invisible coin became a mental anchor. You can use the symbol too. Choose one coin, one note, or even a card in your wallet, not as a talisman possessing supernatural power, as a reminder, every time you see it, my capacity for supply is greater than this moment. That is enough. Perhaps you keep one coin in a small compartment. Whenever fear arises, touch it and say, I am not at the end of supply. You are speaking to the subconscious. The coin represents continuing possibility. In the story, the woman's circumstances began changing. After she adopted this practice, payments, gifts, new opportunities, increased income, whether your own change appears quickly or gradually, the psychological shift is immediately useful. The wallet no longer triggers only fear. It triggers remembering. Try it. Hold a coin. Sigh. This coin represents continuing supply. I release fear of depletion. I welcome replenishment through right and honest channels. Then place it in the purse. Do not worship it. Remember through it. That is the distinction between symbol and superstition. My purse is always full. My supply is always flowing. Now slow down. Now repeat one sentence until it becomes almost meditative. My purse is always full. My supply is always flowing. Let us use it in the deeper sense, not as denial of a current account balance, as a declaration that consciousness remains connected to possibility. Speak. My inner purse is always full, full of ideas, full of faith, full of skills, full of experience, full of capacity, full of guidance, full of learning, full of possibility. Then, my supply is always flowing, sometimes as money, sometimes an idea, sometimes a client, sometimes a new direction, sometimes help, sometimes a cost avoided, sometimes a lesson that prevents a larger loss, sometimes a useful connection, sometimes the courage to begin. Repeat slowly. My purse is always full. My supply is always flowing. Breathe. Again. My purse is always full. My supply is always flowing. Notice what happens inside. If resistance rises, no, it isn't. Do not fight. Ask, what does fullness mean beyond today's number? Then remember, your skills, your relationships, your creativity, your ability to learn, your capacity to act. Say it again. The purpose is not to hypnotize yourself into denying reality. It is to prevent reality from hypnotizing you into hopelessness. There is a difference. Let the phrase become an undercurrent. When paying, my supply remains open. When receiving, thank you. When considering an opportunity, show me whether this is a right channel. When fear says, what if you run out? Answer, I will remain alert, wise, and open to replenishment. This is the mature magic purse consciousness. I cannot run out of possibility. Now, intensify the affirmation. I cannot run out. I overflow continually. Let us deepen it. Material resources can run low. Energy can run low. Time in a day can run out. So what cannot be exhausted in the metaphysical sense? Your relationship with divine intelligence. The possibility of another thought, another idea, another response, another prayer, another lesson, another beginning, another channel. Therefore say, I cannot run out of divine possibility. That is powerful and grounded. You may lose one form. The source remains larger than the form. Imagine a fountain. Water rises, falls, rises again. The fountain does not hoard the water at the top. Its beauty comes from circulation. Now say, I live in continuing circulation. I do not cling from fear. I do not waste from carelessness. I release wisely and receive gratefully. My capacity to create and receive value continues to grow. That is overflow, not chaotic excess, not irresponsible consumption. Capacity, a full life, an open mind, resources serving meaningful purposes. This is the kind of overflow worth seeking. From beggar consciousness to steward consciousness. Now comes a crucial identity shift. Now contrast two states. Beggar consciousness, steward consciousness. The beggar consciousness believes, this may be the last. Therefore it clutches, hoards, panics, accepts poor opportunities from desperation, avoids looking at numbers, treats money as master. The steward consciousness says, this resource has been placed in my care. Therefore it asks, how should I use it? How much should I save? What must I pay? What should I invest? Where should I give? What should I decline? What risk is appropriate? What responsibility comes with this? The steward is not reckless. In fact, stewardship is the opposite of reckless spending. A steward does not assume that because supply is spiritual, budgets are irrelevant. A steward honors supply through order. This is one place where the original message can become especially powerful in practical life. You want more? Show care for what is here. Track it, organize it, learn about it, protect it, use it, give some when appropriate, save some, invest some wisely, pay what must be paid. That is abundance in action. Sigh, I release beggar consciousness. I become a wise steward of every resource entrusted to me. Now choose one small transaction today. Choose one act of spending from faith rather than fear. Do this intelligently. Perhaps you buy something you genuinely need. Instead of thinking, there goes my money, say, I exchange value for value with gratitude. Perhaps you give someone a modest gift you can genuinely afford. Sigh. I give freely within wisdom, not compulsion. Perhaps you invest in a skill. Sigh. I use money to expand my capacity. This is the steward's purse. Every transaction receives consciousness, not obsession. Attention. Money is not your master. Now the language becomes more forceful. It says, stop kneeling before money. That image is valuable. Many people claim not to worship money while organizing their entire emotional life around it. When money is high, they feel worthy. When money falls, worth collapses. When income rises, they feel safe. When business slows, identity collapses. That gives money enormous psychological authority. Prosperity teaching should remove that authority, not strengthen it. Money is useful, but money is not God. Money is not your identity. Money cannot tell you whether you deserve love. Money cannot measure your soul. Money cannot determine your human dignity. Sigh. Money is my tool, not my master. I respect it without bowing to it. I direct it toward meaningful purposes. Use the stronger language. Money becomes your servant. Understand it properly. A servant has assignments. So give money assignments. Housing, food, education, freedom, family, giving, investment, creation, rest, experiences, protection. Ask every dollar, what is your job? Money without assignment tends to wander. Money assigned wisely becomes structure. This is where metaphysical prosperity meets practical financial management. Sigh. My money has purpose. I tell it where to go, rather than wondering where it went. That may be one of the most prosperous declarations in this entire script. The mind of God in me attracts right supply. Now begin the rapid sequence. Slowly, with awareness, the mind of God in me attracts right supply. Interpret this as divine intelligence guiding you toward value and opportunity. Say it again. The mind of God in me attracts right supply. What might that look like? You recognize a business idea, a solution to a customer problem, a person worth contacting, a skill worth learning, a financial mistake worth correcting, a market worth entering, a contract worth refusing. Divine intelligence does not merely deliver money, it delivers direction. Then, the purse of my consciousness is always full, full of expectancy, gratitude, ideas, wisdom. Sigh. The purse of my consciousness is always full. Now protection. No thought of lack can rule my supply. Notice the wording. Not no thought of lack can ever appear. Thoughts appear, but they do not have to rule. Sigh. No thought of lack can rule my supply. Fear knocks. You notice. You do not hand it the keys. And finally, I spend in faith and receive in abundance. Again, faith does not equal reckless spending. So, internally translate. I spend wisely without fear and receive gratefully without guilt. Sigh. I spend wisely in faith. I receive gratefully in abundance. These 4 declarations form a strong sequence. Divine intelligence directs me towards supply. My consciousness remains filled with abundance. Lack does not rule my thinking. I circulate money with wisdom and gratitude. Repeat until calm, not until excitement. Calm is enough. The magic purse, affirmation. Now we arrive at the sentence we have been preparing for. I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways. Pause. Picture it, not as greed, not as domination, not money stolen from anyone. The phrase, under grace, matters. It means harmoniously, honestly, without harming another, without manipulation, without destructive obsession, without fear, and in perfect ways means through channels aligned with wisdom and right action. Now speak it. I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways. See the symbol, a full purse, bills handled, savings established, a financial cushion, the capacity to give. the freedom to choose, the ability to invest in meaningful work. That is what fullness represents. Say again, I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways. Then release the image. Do not clutch it. Do not check your bank account 10 seconds later. You have planted the picture. Now, live intelligently. Recall the affirmation every time you touch your purse. You can do that, but keep it natural. Let the wallet become a cue. Bless supply. Handle it wisely. Remain open to increase. That is enough. Write the decree and make it a commitment. Now, if this teaching resonates, make the declaration public. We can preserve the engagement naturally. If this teaching resonates with you, write this in the comments. I see my purse overflowing under grace in perfect ways. Do not write it because a comment box controls the universe. Write it because externalizing a commitment can help you remember it. You are saying, this is the financial consciousness I choose to cultivate. And if you prefer a simpler declaration, write overflow. Let that word represent more wisdom, more capacity, more value, more peace, more resources, more generosity, more freedom. The point is not ritual for ritual's sake. The point is commitment. Then tomorrow, return to the declaration, not desperately, consistently. The subconscious learns through repetition. Your habits learn through repetition. Your identity learns through repetition. So let the word become familiar. Stop reporting the famine. Now the final movement begins. Now the tone becomes fiery. Stop reporting the famine. Stop narrating only the desert. Stop repeating endlessly what has not happened. The client hasn't called. The money hasn't come. The door hasn't opened. The answer is late. There is a difference between acknowledging a problem and rehearsing it until it becomes identity. You need to know the problem, but you do not need to worship the problem. Suppose business is slow. Acknowledge, business is slow. Then ask, what can improve? What can change? Who can I contact? What can I create? What is the right decree? Sigh, new channels are available to me. Then act. Here is the challenge. Stop saying, I'm trying. There is wisdom behind that. Trying sometimes keeps identity forever in preparation. Replace it with specific action. Not, I am trying to improve my finances. Sigh, I am reviewing my expenses today. I am sending 3 proposals. I am saving 10%. I am studying this skill. Specificity creates power. Speak like a builder, not a spectator. Sigh, I speak the word of wealth. I speak with divine authority. I speak and then I act. That last phrase matters. Word and action, always together. Every word is a seed. Return now to the beginning. Creation begins with the word. Every sentence plants something, not magically in the simplistic sense, but psychologically, emotionally, relationally, behaviorally. Say repeatedly, I can't. Eventually you stop trying. Sigh, I can learn. You look for instruction. Sigh, nobody wants this. You stop offering. Sigh, I need to improve the offer. You begin testing. Words produce orientation. Orientation produces action. Action produces outcomes. This is the deeper architecture of the spoken word. Therefore, guard casual language, not anxiously, consciously. Do not become afraid that one negative sentence will ruin your life. That would simply create another form of fear. Instead, develop the habit of correction. You say, I'll never get ahead. Catch it. No, that is frustration speaking. Then, I am improving my position step by step. You say, nothing works. Correct. This method did not work. Another method may. You say, I am terrible with money. Correct. I am learning financial skill. This is how the word becomes wand, not magical perfection. Deliberate direction. Every sentence is a seed. Plant better seeds. Speak like one who knows their value. Call this speaking like a billionaire. The phrase does not need to mean arrogance. It means speaking without constant self-diminishment. Consider how a person with deep internal value sounds. They do not need to say, "Please, please choose me." They say, "Here is the value I offer." They do not say, "I hope maybe my work is good enough." They say, "This is what my work does." They do not apologize for charging appropriately. They explain the exchange clearly. They do not chase every opportunity. They evaluate. They do not make every rejection a verdict. They move. This is billionaire language in the spiritual sense. Clarity, self-respect, decisiveness, expectation, responsibility. Sigh, I know the value I create. I communicate it clearly. I welcome appropriate compensation. I do not shrink my gifts to make fear comfortable. That is powerful and humble, because humility does not mean pretending you have no value. Humility means knowing your value without needing to make another person smaller. 3 stories of the spoken word. We close with several testimonies. Let us preserve their teaching. The woman who declared open doors. A woman reached a financial dead end. Work had disappeared. Savings were nearly exhausted. Her calendar was empty. Fear was becoming louder each morning. But instead of allowing fear to speak first, she chose a new declaration. Unexpected doors open. Unexpected channels become free. The divine plan of my life takes visible form. She repeated it, not because she could prove it, because she needed to stop treating the current condition as permanent. Later, according to the story, an old inheritance trapped in administrative delay was finally released. The teaching is not, "Speak and an inheritance will appear." The teaching is, do not allow a blocked present to become your only imaginable future. The artist who stopped waiting to be discovered. There was an artist, strong work, little recognition. He waited, hoped, prayed, but remained hidden. Eventually, he realized something. His job was not only to create art, he had to create pathways for the art to be seen. His declaration became, "My work is seen, valued, and supported through right channels." Then he began moving differently, showing, speaking, presenting, opening. A collector eventually encountered his work and helped create a larger opportunity. The external break mattered, but the inner break came first. He stopped identifying as invisible. He began behaving as someone whose work deserved to be presented. This is the union of word and right action. The father who refused to pass scarcity forward. The third story is a father. He worked hard, too hard, yet financial pressure followed the family. One morning he made a decision. His children would not inherit only the language of scarcity. He began speaking another language in the home. Not denial, hope, not fantasy, responsibility. He taught, we solve problems, we create value, we do not panic, we learn, we save, we expect opportunity. According to the story, an old relationship eventually became a business partnership and significantly increased his income. Again, the deeper lesson is not a guaranteed partnership. The lesson is generational. What language are your children hearing? Money is always a disaster? Or money requires wisdom. Problems can be solved. We can improve. We are not ashamed to discuss finances. That may be one of the greatest inheritances you can give. The Master Prosperity Decree. Now return to the formula that has appeared repeatedly. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace, in perfect ways. Let us understand every part. God is my unfailing supply. This removes ultimate dependence from one channel. Your job can change. God does not. Clients can change. Divine intelligence does not. Markets can shift. Your relationship with Source remains. Sigh. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me. This expands the mental ceiling. Many people are comfortable asking for just enough. Let this challenge the old mental ceiling. Why not enough to create stability? enough to save, invest, give, build, rest, serve. So allow yourself to imagine more than survival. Sigh, I am open to substantial prosperity. Quickly, do not turn this into an ultimatum against time. Instead, let quickly mean, I release unnecessary delay. I stop postponing action. I respond promptly. I remain open to rapid movement where rapid movement is appropriate. Under grace. This is essential. No one must be harmed. No one manipulated. No one deceived. No desperate shortcut. No exploitation. Let prosperity arrive cleanly, in perfect ways. You do not control the exact road. You remain open to better routes. Now say the full decree. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Again, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Then rest. Cleanse the mouth before you command the future. Before final declarations, clear the old residue. Now return to forgiveness. This is important because financial beliefs are often inherited. Parents, teachers, religious communities, culture, economic hardship. Nobody necessarily meant to harm you. They spoke what they believed. Now you choose differently. Sigh, I forgive everyone who spoke poverty over me. Not because every statement was malicious, because you refuse to remain bound to it. Again, I forgive everyone who spoke limitation over me. I release inherited fear. I release inherited shame. I release the belief that struggle is the only honorable path. Then release self-blame. I forgive myself for the careless words I spoke when I did not understand their effect. This matters. Do not turn prosperity teaching into another reason to condemn yourself. You were learning. Now you know more. Choose better. Sigh. The old record is complete. My language is renewed. My consciousness is open. Now the mouth is ready. Cast the burden. There are burdens you have carried for too long. How will it happen? When will it happen? Who will help? What if everything fails? Place these burdens down. Use this classic declaration. I cast the burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Speak it slowly. I cast the burden of fear on the Christ within, and I go free. I cast the burden of financial panic on the Christ within, and I go free. I cast the burden of needing to control every detail, and I go free. This does not mean abandoning responsibility. You keep the action. Release the torment. Keep the plan. Release obsessive fear. Keep the budget. Release shame. Keep the work. Release the belief that you must control the entire universe. That is freedom. Every dollar I need is seeking its right channel to me. Now use magnetic language. Every dollar I need is seeking me now. We can expand. Every dollar needed for right purposes must come through some channel of value. So instead of anxiously chasing money, ask, what channel can carry it? Work? Service? Product? Negotiation? Sell? Investment? Partnership? Support? A refund? A resource? Sigh. Every dollar needed for my right obligations finds its proper channel to me. I recognize those channels. I act upon them wisely. Now, the declaration becomes both metaphysical and practical. You are located, not lost, available, responsive. Sigh. Right opportunities can find me because I am visible and receptive. This matters. If you want work, be findable. If you want clients, communicate. If you want opportunities, build relationships. If you want income, create channels. Faith prepares the way. Action keeps the channel open. Gratitude is the language of receiving. Now seal with gratitude. Not gratitude as manipulation. Not, if I thank enough, I force the universe. Gratitude as recognition. It moves attention from absence toward presence. Sigh, thank you for what is already here. Then name it. Food, a home, a skill, a relationship, a small amount of money, a lesson, a new idea. a body carrying you. A day. Gratitude begins with reality. Then expand. Thank you for the good already unfolding beyond what I can see. This is faith. Use this declaration. I thank thee, Father, for riches manifesting before my eyes. Speak it if it resonates. Or, thank you, Father, for every right form of prosperity now becoming visible. Let gratitude soften urgency. When gratitude is present, you stop screaming at the seed. You tend it. Then say, money comes to me richly, freely, and without delay, under grace and in perfect ways. Breathe. Again. Prosperity comes to me richly, freely, under grace, and in perfect ways. And let the feeling be calm. You do not need tingling skin. You do not need dramatic emotion. Quiet gratitude is powerful enough. Do not return to the old vocabulary. Now comes the final discipline. After this video ends, the temptation is to return to old speech. The world will speak. Bills, news, people, prices, statistics, difficulties. Do not become superstitious about them. Do not deny them, but do not allow them to write your identity. You see a difficult number. Sigh. This needs action. Not, my future is finished. You receive rejection. This did not open. Not, no door will open. A plan fails. This method failed. Not, I am a failure. This is the permanent shift. Your mouth is not merely a mirror. It becomes a mold. Not a mold that controls the entire external world. A mold that shapes your interpretation, your identity, and your next action. That alone is immense power. So never again use permanent language for temporary states. Never. I am permanently broke. No, I am currently rebuilding. I will always struggle. No, I am changing my patterns. Nothing ever works. No, this approach failed. I will learn. This is the language of dominion. The word builds worlds. Everything closes around one central conviction. The word builds worlds. Think about your own life. A marriage can be changed by words. A child can carry a sentence for decades. A business is built through conversations. A contract is words. A brand is words. An idea becomes a company because someone articulates it. A movement begins with words. A promise changes behavior. A declaration changes identity. Words matter. Use them. Build. Let the word build your confidence. Let the word build your financial discipline. Let the word build your creativity. Let the word build your peace. Let the word build your courage to act. Let the word build your capacity to receive. Speak. I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. Again, I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. These 3 lines contain the final rhythm. Walk, speak, expect, not merely dream. Walk, final integration. What will you say now? We have traveled a long road together. The spoken word, the subconscious, divine supply, fear as inverted faith, intuition, divine timing, recognition, comparison, magnetic faith, divine right action, non-resistance, substitution, morning declarations, divine favor, the magic purse, circulation, stewardship, and now everything returns to one question. What will you say now? What sentence will you no longer speak? Perhaps, I am always unlucky. Release it. Perhaps, money never stays. Release it. Perhaps, I am too old. Release it. Perhaps, no one values me. Release it. Perhaps, I missed my chance. Release it. Now what will replace it? Choose. I am guided. I create value. I am open to right compensation. My right opportunities remain available. I learn, adjust, and prosper. Divine supply is greater than one channel. My good comes under grace in perfect ways. These are your new sentences, and then live according to them. If you say, I am guided, listen. If you say, I am prosperous, steward. If you say, I create value, create. If you say, I am open, respond when opportunity appears. If you say, I trust, stop digging up the seed every hour. This is how declaration becomes demonstration, the final spoken decree. Now, for the last time in this journey, become still. Place your feet firmly beneath you. Relax the jaw. Let the shoulders fall. Take a slow breath and speak. Infinite Spirit is my unfailing source. Pause. I release every false agreement with fear, poverty, shame, struggle, and limitation. I forgive every voice that taught me scarcity, including my own. The old record is complete. Breathe. My subconscious mind is now receptive to divine order, wisdom, prosperity, love, peace, health-supporting choices, and perfect self-expression. I speak only words that strengthen life. Now, God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me under grace, in perfect ways. New channels of honest income open before me. Divine intelligence guides me to recognize them. I act upon right opportunities with courage and wisdom. Continue. My purse is a symbol of continuing supply. My consciousness is full. My supply is flowing. I release wisely. I receive gratefully. I steward faithfully. Now, I see my purse overflowing under grace in perfect ways. I see my financial life becoming orderly, stable, spacious, and free. I see debt diminishing. I see savings growing. I see opportunities expanding. I see my work creating greater value. I see myself capable of holding and wisely directing greater prosperity. Now your identity. I am not a beggar before life. I am a conscious steward of divine supply. Money is a tool in my hands, not a master over my mind. I do not chase in desperation. I move in divine right action. I do not manipulate. I receive under grace. I do not compete in fear. I walk my own divine pattern. Now protection. No thought of lack rules my consciousness. Fear may knock, but faith answers the door. Appearances inform me. They do not imprison me. Temporary conditions do not become permanent prophecies. Now timing. I release the fear that I am late. My right path unfolds step by step. I am in the right place when I follow divine guidance. I cannot miss what truly belongs to my divine pattern. Now circulation. I bless every right dollar that enters my life. I bless every wise dollar that leaves. I receive without guilt. I give without fear. I save with wisdom. I invest with discernment. I spend with consciousness. My prosperity blesses me and contributes to the good of others. Now gratitude. Thank you, Infinite Spirit, for what has already been given. Thank you for what is being revealed. Thank you for ideas I have not yet imagined. Thank you for doors I have not yet seen. Thank you for wisdom that protects me from wrong paths. Thank you for courage that moves me toward right ones. And finally, I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. Again, I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. And one final time, God is my unfailing supply, and my right good now comes to me under grace, through perfect channels, in perfect ways. Pause. Do not add anything. Let it settle. You have spoken enough. Now live. Tomorrow morning, speak again. Not because you are afraid today's word will expire, because consciousness is cultivated. Speak, act, listen, release, receive, give thanks, then repeat. And when old fear says, but what if nothing changes? Smile and answer, something already has. I have changed the word. And once the word changes consistently, the thought changes, the expectation changes, the action changes, the identity changes, the path changes, and with time, the life built upon that consciousness can change as well. That is the game of life. Your word is your wand. Use it with wisdom. Use it with faith. Use it under grace. And let every word you speak become a blessing upon the life you are now prepared to live. And so it is.